Hello everyone and welcome back to Learn with Samandash. This is the video where you can get all the concepts of English grammar starting from articles, tenses till connectors. So everything that you need about English grammar is in this video. Make sure you watch this video till the end, and if you have any question, please leave it in the comment section. We'll be more than happy to get back to you with an answer or maybe another video on that concept. Now this video is something which is important for IELTS students as well as any student who is preparing for spoken English. This video will help you with your IELTS preparation, but if you need more data or more understanding about all other modules for IELTS, make sure that you visit ieltsclass.learnwithsamandash.com. It goes here as well as in the description box. Also, a batch has started on 28th March and it's not very late for you to join for it. I hope you enjoy this video. Let's get started. We'll understand a very basic concept of English grammar, and that is types of sentences. So let's get into the presentation mode and understand why do we need sentences. In order to convey any form of idea, you need a medium, and that is called as sentence. So for example, I say, I want a glass of water. Immediately, the person I'm saying this sentence to will understand that I am in need of some water. So this is how you conveyed your message to another person. And you used a sentence in order to do that. Before we understand sentence in more detail, we need to understand a simple concept here that is named as clause. So what is a clause? A clause is a combination of words with a subject and a verb. Please understand and remember the important part here is it should have a subject and it should have a verb. An example, Ram enjoyed. It's a very simple sentence, or it's a very simple clause. It has a subject and it has a verb. She is crying because her father died. She is crying is one part of the sentence. Her father died is another part of the sentence. So they individually are called as clause. Don't worry about the because in between, because we will have separate discussions of these conjunctions. How can we use these conjunctions to join two simple sentences? Moving on, question arises, how many types of clause do we have? So, we have two types of clause, independent clause and dependent clause. Let's discuss them in more detail. An independent clause is also known as main clause. I'm very much sure that moreover in your grammar books or any video that you're watching, you will always listen main clause. It's very rare people call independent clause. And they make complete sense. They stand alone and they hold the complete meaning of the sentence. That means, as the name suggests, independent, they don't need to be dependent on other sentence to make a meaning out of it. An example, Ram shouted. So Ram is a subject over here, shouted is a verb, and as we discussed in the definition of a clause, that it's a combination of words and always have a subject and a verb. So this sentence over here, Ram shouted, makes complete sense, and it doesn't need any complementary sentence to give it more meaning. Another example, Lakshman watched movie. Lakshman is your subject, watched is your verb, and movie is object. So in this sentence, again, we understand that this is an independent clause. It doesn't depend on other part of the sentence to get its meaning. Moving on, we have our second type of clause, that is dependent clause. As I always say, in grammar, most of the concepts are derived from the word itself. So please understand the word carefully. Automatically you will have the meaning in your hand. Over here, dependent clause means something that is dependent on something, or a clause, or maybe a next statement or a sentence. So dependent clause is also known as subordinating clause, and it is dependent on the main clause for its meaning. That means if you have a clause which has a subject and a verb, but it doesn't make much sense to you, that means it's a dependent clause. Let's look into some examples. You bought for me. Don't you think it's kind of incomplete? You bought for me? What? What did you buy for me? Is a simple question that comes to our mind. Let's look into another example. Cat was smarter. Over here, smarter shows a comparative degree. And we are not sure whether cat was smarter than a rat or it was smarter than any other animal. So please understand, a dependent clause will be having a subject and a verb both. But it will be incomplete in its meaning and hence it is recognized as dependent clause. Moving on, let's get back to our primary topic, that was sentence, and let's understand how many types of sentence do we have. I hope till now you will have a proper understanding of clauses. If not, please go back to the slides again and understand them in more detail, because the understanding of clause will make it more easier for you to understand sentences. So we have four types of sentences: simple sentence, complex sentence, compound sentence, compound complex sentence. Sometimes you will also come across complex compound sentence, which is, other way of writing compound complex sentence. So don't get confused with them. Let's discuss all of them one by one. Simple sentence. Simple sentence is always a combination of a subject and a verb, or you can say it contains only one clause. Simple sentences make complete sense and they stand independently because it's only having one clause in it. An example, Ram is a good boy. Ram is your subject, is your helping verb, or you can say verb in this case because we don't have a main verb over here. A good boy is an object in this sentence. So when you have a subject, you have a verb, that means you have a clause. In this sentence, we have only one clause and hence we name it as simple sentences. Remember, in your day-to-day conversation, you will use simple sentences more often. But when you write something or when you read something, you will come across to the other forms of sentences as well. Let's take one more example. Tiger ran. So tiger is your subject, ran is your verb, and hence it's a complete clause. It doesn't need any other additional information to make sense, and hence we can say it's a simple sentence. Let's discuss second type of sentence, that is compound sentence. So if you remember from your noun, we discussed a type of noun that was compound noun, in which you add two nouns to make one noun. For example, we discussed hair plus cut makes it haircut, and hence it's a compound noun. Similarly, you have compound sentences. Compound sentences are the combination of two independent clauses. Please remember, if I'm emphasizing on this word, two independent clauses, that means it's the tricky part here. So you cannot have a dependent clause in this. All you need is two independent clause. So when I say independent clause, that means they should stand alone and should make complete sense. Also, they're always connected with a coordinating conjunction. Don't worry about this word over here, coordinating conjunctions, because we are having other slides to discuss this in more detail. But over here, please understand, you need a conjunction to join two independent clauses to make a compound sentence. Very well, let's look into some examples. Ram sang and she danced. So if you look here, Ram sang is one clause, she danced is a second clause, and we join them together with a conjunction that is and. So when I say a clause, Ram is a subject, sang is a verb. Over here, she is a subject, danced is a verb. Together, they are forming a compound sentence. In this sentence, we have two independent clauses, Ram sang and she danced. Together, they form a compound sentence with the use of this conjunction and. Over here, please focus, and or any other type of conjunction plays a very important role. We'll discuss them in detail in the next slide. Let's discuss coordinating conjunctions. You remember this word from the last slide, coordinating conjunctions? As the name suggests, it is helping two independent clauses to come together to form a compound sentence. And the words that help you or that are recognized as coordinating conjunctions are fanboys. Let's discuss what are fanboys. F stands for, A stands for and, N for nor, B for but, O for or, Y for yet, and S for so. So this is an easy way to remember fanboys, and hence we have abbreviated in this sense: for, and, nor, but, or, yet, and so. An example: it was raining, so I carried an umbrella. It was raining is one clause. Please remember it's an independent clause, and hence it holds complete meaning. I carried an umbrella is another clause, again an independent clause, together joined by a conjunction from fanboys or joined by a coordinating conjunctions to form a compound sentence. Guys, please remember, we are using very common words to make this concept very clear to you. If you still have a doubt, please go back and start again. You will definitely get accustomed to it. So in this case, as I said, it was raining is one clause. I carried an umbrella is second clause joined by this conjunction. Another important thing that you have to remember, there is a punctuation that is used before this coordinating conjunction. So it's an important part that you use a comma before a coordinating conjunction. Please don't worry, we have a separate chapter for punctuations in which we will be discussing these punctuation and in compound sentences, complex sentences, compound complex sentences in more detail. So moving on to our next type of sentence, that is complex sentence. I know the name itself is tricky, right? Complex means something that is very complicated and two or more clauses must be joining together. That's correct. In a complex sentence, we have a combination of an independent and a subordinating clause. Or you can say a dependent clause. So this is the difference between a compound sentence and a complex sentence. In compound sentences, we have two independent clauses, but in complex sentence, we have an independent clause and also a dependent clause. Let's look into an example. She smiled because I cracked a joke. She smiled is one clause. I cracked a joke is a second clause. She smiled, I cracked a joke. But if you focus here, in between we have another conjunction which is recognized as subordinating conjunction. Now, as the name suggests, subordinating shows a dependency of one part of a sentence over the other part of sentence. So she smiled needs a reason. Why is she smiling? That means this is an dependent clause. I cracked a joke makes complete sense, and hence it's an independent clause. If you remove she smiled from the sentence and just leave I cracked a joke, the sentence will still hold good. It doesn't need any other dependency to make it meaning complete. But if I remove I cracked a joke from the sentence and leave it to she smiled, do you think you will not ask another question? Definitely yes. You're gonna ask why. Why did she smile? She smiled because I cracked a joke. Now this makes a complete sense. So in complex sentence, you definitely need an independent clause so that a subordinating clause can depend on the independent clause to make a complete sense. Let's discuss what are these subordinating conjunctions. So I always suggest to my students that if you want to remember what are subordinating conjunctions, please remove fanboys from your conjunctions list and everything that is left is your subordinating conjunctions. But still, to make it little more appropriate for you to understand, we have a tricky part, a white bus. A white bus is a combination of certain conjunctions, not all of them, so that you have an idea of what subordinating conjunctions are. A stands for although, W stands for whenever, H stands for however, I stands for if, T stands for though, E stands for even if, B stands for because, U stands for unless, and S stands for since. As I said, you still have many more subordinating conjunctions to be discussed. But to make you familiar with some of them, please remember a short abbreviation, that is a white bus. Let's look into an example. If she calls, let me know. Again, let's segregate into two parts. She calls is one clause, let me know is one clause, but there is a conjunction which is there at the start of the sentence, and that conjunction is known as subordinating conjunction. So, she calls needs another sentence or need another clause to make complete sense. Let me know holds good, and hence this is an independent clause and this is a dependent clause. Together with the use of a subordinating conjunction, we form our complex sentences. Moving on, let's discuss our last type of sentence, that is compound complex sentence. Again, let's use the same trick. Understand with the name itself, compound complex sentence. Doesn't it show that it's a combination of compound and complex sentence together? That's pretty much correct, but not exactly. So in compound complex sentence, you need a combination of two or more independent clauses and one or more subordinating clause. Please remember, in complex sentences as well as in compound complex sentences, you need independent as well as dependent clauses. But in compound complex sentence, you should have at least two or more independent clauses and one or more subordinate clauses. Also, they are connected with conjunctions. These conjunctions will be a combination of coordinating conjunctions as well as subordinating conjunctions, since we are combining compound and complex together. When class started, Ram came and Sita left. Okay, so let's divide them into individual clauses and understand how are they joined together. Class started is one clause, clause number 1. Ram came, clause number 2. Sita left, clause number 3. Clearly it shows that 2 of 3 clauses over here are independent clauses and one clause is a subordinate clause. So what do you think a subordinate clause would be? Definitely class started, because we have a subordinating conjunctions at the very start of our sentence, and then we have 2 independent clauses, that is Ram came, a subject and a verb. I am again repeating it. A subject and a verb makes a clause. And then you have another clause, Sita left. So, to join 2 independent clauses, we have used a coordinating conjunctions, and to join 2 independent clauses with a subordinating clause, we have used a subordinating conjunctions. I know it's a lot of information all at once, so please divide it into individual concepts. You need independent clauses, you need dependent clauses, and you need coordinating conjunctions, you need subordinating conjunctions as well. Moving on, we have a punctuation here to segregate a dependent clause and independent clauses. As I said in the previous slides as well, that these punctuations are studied in more detail in the chapter of punctuations. Let's take this one more example, and I would say very last example to make this compound complex sentence clear to you. My son cried when I left the room, but I didn't hear. So in this case, we have 3 clauses. My son cried, I didn't hear, I left the room. In this case, my son cried makes complete sense. I didn't hear also makes sense. But I left the room is combined with a conjunction, that is your subordinating conjunction, and hence this is your dependent clause. So here's a fact that you should remember. When you have a subordinating conjunction coming at the start of the sentence, you need a comma immediately after that, or you can say you need a comma immediately before a coordinating conjunction. So a comma is required when subordinating conjunction comes first in your sentence and then your coordinating conjunction comes. So in order to segregate them both, you need a comma in between. Connectors or linking words. We're going to give you an advanced or intermediate level of connectors that can actually take you to the next level of English speaking. So let's get started. And remember guys, we're going to discuss 14 categories in connectors or linking words. You have a huge list here. If you notice, you have 14 themes or 14 categories in the connectors. So I'm not going to read them all. You have to read them with a quick look at them. And please remember, we're going to discuss each category individually with their particular words that comes or with the particular connectors that come in that particular category. So let's get started with our first one, which is explanation. Whenever you want to explain something or you said something, in addition you want to add a point, you can use connectors like namely. For example, I have a good reason not to talk to him. Namely, he is always rude to me. So that's a very good reason not to talk to someone, and hence you can use namely. You have in other words. Don't be rude when you are successful. In other words, be down to earth. So whenever you have statement 1 and you want to add more information to that, you can use in other words. Next is put differently. We aren't talking to each other anymore. Put differently, we have a breakup. So if you remember here, or if you focus here, you had a statement, you want to explain it more, and hence you have used the word put differently, we had a breakup. Next is the second category, which is to emphasize. Whenever you want to put more emphasis on a particular fact, you can use connectors like as a matter of fact. An example, he was quite late yesterday. As a matter of fact, I couldn't sleep until he arrived. Next is in fact. I didn't fail the exam. In fact, I did rather well. So I want to emphasize on the fact that I didn't fail the exam. In fact, I did really well in my exam. So that was an extra emphasis you put on that. Next is actually. You should gift her something expensive. Actually, a car won't be a bad idea. So you want to tell somebody that, gift her something really good. And to put an emphasis, you can say, a car won't be a bad idea. Next is indeed. This is my personal favorite and I try to use it every time. So if you focus here, I was annoyed, indeed furious over what happened. So I repeat this sentence. I was annoyed, indeed furious over what happened. So the first sentence was already conveying an answer that you were mad at someone. To put a more particular emphasis, you use the word indeed furious. So you want to say, I was really mad at him. Next in our list is correction. This is our third category. When you want to correct something that you have already said, you can use rather. I thought it would be a great idea to go to the party. Rather, it was miserable. So what you said in the first sentence, you want to correct it, and hence you said rather, it was a miserable idea. Next is to be more precise. You should try the change. To be more precise, move the table to the hall. So you said something, you want to put a clarification to that. You said to be more precise, move the table to the hall. Next is the fourth category, or I don't know if it's the fifth one. Just focus that whenever you have a word here, this is your category. Example is something that you have been reading in your books, you have been using all your life. Are these words, for example, regarding this book, reading this book has many benefits. For example, it is simple to understand. So you said something, now you want to give examples why you said that. You can use a word or a connector which is called for example. So guys, please remember connectors are very, very important to take your speech to the next level, because instead of using so, then every time, you can actually replace with more particular words that has been designed in English grammar. So if I use this sentence in a different manner, reading this book has many benefits. That's why because it is simple to understand. This is like we have been talking like that, but we don't want to do it anymore. I want to sound smarter, and hence I'll use for example, it is simple to understand. Next is to illustrate. I had so many problems in my past. To illustrate, stomach infection, and viral fever. So I said something about a problem, I want to explain it more, and hence I have used a word or a connector to illustrate or to give you more example. Next is for instance. There are a number of solutions. For instance, buy a new house and change the keyboard too. Okay, there's a mouse, not a house. It would rather have been a very awful idea to buy a new house. So here we are saying there are a number of solutions. For instance, buy a new mouse and a keyboard, or you can change the keyboard. Next is our next category, which is particularization. Particularization has many particular words. For number one, connector is in particular. I have bought nothing in particular. So you want to emphasize that, in particular, I have not bought anything, but I got some general stuff as such. Next is particularly, which says, I love the house, particularly the balcony and the flooring. So you love the house, but what specifically, or anything specific that you loved about the house? Yes, I love the balcony and the flooring of the house. Next is more specifically. For example, we used to argue a lot. More specifically, we argued on sleeping habits of each other. So you had a problem, but what specifically was the problem? So you want to categorize it. We argued on sleeping habits of each other. Next is dismissal. Oh my God, this is the crazy one, and you will love it because, whenever you said something and you want to change it, you want to, say the negative of that, you can use this one. Anyway is the first one. I couldn't understand the last chapter. Anyways, I think it'll be optional in exam. So you don't really care, and hence you can use words like, anyway, let's go. Anyway, let's forget it. I don't want to talk about it. Next is anyhow. Anyhow, I have decided to learn German as quickly as possible. So there might be something that has happened before that, but now I've decided to learn German language. So this is dismissal. Next is at any rate. At any rate, I'm not taking this project at work. No matter what happens, I'm not going to work on this. So you can use at any rate. Next is conclusion. Now you might write stories, or you might be writing some articles or reports. You have to always conclude it. These words are something that you're going to pick from this chapter. In conclusion, so you said, in conclusion, it can be said that cats are the best pets. So there might be a huge paragraph that has been running before this, and at the end you can say, in conclusion, this is what I feel. Next is in summary. In summary, if you wish to be successful, be around successful people. So everything goes behind, and then you want to conclude with the words like in summary, in conclusion, or you can use to sum up. To sum up, people are well behaved when they are happy. So I said something huge stuff, and now I want to conclude it. I can say, to sum up everything, this is what I feel. Next is, okay, this is interesting. So you have more words or more connectors in the category, and hence this is your work to do, that after the class is over, you're going to pick these words, find out the meanings, write some sentences, and use them in your conversation. Next is time. In time, you have, at first, I couldn't talk properly. At first, I started working on my grammar. So now you want to start from the start, and hence you can use words like at first. Next is then. I thought, is she telling me the truth? So then en is something that is used with respect to time. There is another then, which is THAN, which is used for like sequence. One thing happened, and then this happened, and then that happened. But this then is used with specificity of the time. Next is afterwards. Afterwards, we went to the car and left for the home. So we did this, we did that. Afterwards, we did this. And hence you can use words like these. Again, you have 4, 5, 6, which is later, in the meantime, meanwhile. Guys, please pick your notebooks, write down these words, and hence definitely find out some really interesting sentences on these particular connectors. Next is result. As I said, this video is going to be longer, so please grab a cup of coffee and sit down, relax, because these words are going to change the way you have been pursuing this English language. Next is result. As a result, I have been working hard on my English. As a result, I could speak fluently. So I worked hard. What happened? As a result, this happened. So this is the connector which you can use in your daily life, saying that I was going out to buy some coffee. As a result, I bought a breakfast pack. Next is, as a consequence, Sam didn't study hard. As a consequence, he failed the English test. That was definitely supposed to happen because he didn't work hard. What happened if he didn't work hard? He failed in his exam. Next is, therefore, thus, accordingly is something that you have to do it for me. And please remember that once you are done, you can leave in the comment section all your examples from the words that we just discussed. Next is order of importance. Most importantly, you should buy a powerful PC to edit the videos. Most importantly, reduce the editing time. So why do you want to buy a new PC? Of course, you want to edit the videos, but you want to save some time. So you have to specify that fact. Why? Most importantly, this is my reason. I want to get a job. Most importantly, I want to make my parents happy. So one reason that outstands everything is the one which you can use after having this connector. Next is primarily. You should clear 3 out of 4 subjects. Primarily get good grades in the unit test. So this is going to be your very, very important task. Next is above all, most significantly, essentially, and / basically. So grab these words, find out the meanings, find out the sentence, and write in the comment section. See, ma'am, this is what I have done. Please check them. We'll definitely get back to you on that. Next is similarity. Whenever you have two similar things, you can always use this connector. You are not allowed to use phones here. Similarly, you have to keep it out of the seminar too. So likewise, this is also valid. So and hence you can use similarly. Next we have in the same way, reducing sugar will reduce your weight too. In the same way, not consuming oil much will help lose the weight. So as you can reduce the sugar to have balanced weight, similarly you can have less oil in order to reduce weight, and hence in the same way is used as a connector because this has the same purpose as this one. Next we have likewise, correspondingly, also. I know also is one of our favorites, so guys, please remember also is used whenever you have a similar reason, so you can use these words. Next is focusing. Focusing as for is the first one. For example, I'm going to Kate's party at the weekend. As for Sam's, I think I'll pass. So if you notice here, I want to talk about focusing. So you want to specify that particular reason why you're not coming to the party. Because I want to spend more time with Sam, and hence I've said, I think I'll pass. Next is regarding. Please clean your room now. Regarding the balcony, I'll do it for you. So you want to specify, you want to focus on one simple thing, and hence you can use the word regarding. Next is talking of. Talking of dogs, they are the most loyal animals in my opinion. So you want to be more focused on the statement that dogs are more loyal, and hence you can say talking of dogs. You want to specify on this particular word here, dogs. Next is with respect to, with regard to, as far as concerned. These are very important, and guys, please remember, a question might arise in your mind that, ma'am, there are a list of like 50. How can I remember all of them? So to be frank, you don't have to remember all of them. You just have to pick few from each category. And that's what you have to keep practicing, that these are the words I can use for similarity. These are for results. These are for conclusion. And keep writing sentences on them. They will become a great part of your life and your language skill as well. Next is contrasting ideas. For example, however, they played really well. However, they couldn't win. So you said something in the first line that, you know what, they played really well, but they couldn't win. However, they couldn't win. So this word is used as a contrasting connector. Next is you have in contrast. The house was quite expensive in contrast to the car. Next is nevertheless. She was very tired. Nevertheless, she went to work. Even though she was tired, she went to work. So nevertheless is a contrasting linking word. Next is on the contrary. I thought he was working, but on the contrary, he was sleeping. This happens most of the time when we actually are in our rooms and parents think, oh my God, my daughter or my son is really working hard, but they're actually sleeping. So this is the connector which can be used in that place. Next is a huge list. You have nonetheless, yet, on the other hand, be, by comparison, instead, in any case, all the same. So these are the lists which can be used for the contrasting ideas, and hence next time whenever you come across these words or these connectors in your notebooks or newspaper or something, take a minute, understand why have they used this one and what is the reason behind that. Are they conveying the contrasting idea, or they're talking about examples, or they're talking about similarity? You will have an understanding in that sense much better. Next is sequencing, which has firstly, first of all, in the first place. All of these words are same. I'm going to repeat them for you. Firstly, first of all, in the first place. First of all, I'd like to talk about the benefits of having multiple skills. So that's going to be my primarily idea, and hence I'm talking about sequence. This is first, then comes second, then come third. So first of all, I want to talk about connectors. Next is to begin with. To begin with, smartphones are more portable than laptops. So you're going to add more ideas behind that. But the first one is to begin with. Next is for one thing, for another thing, also, besides, in addition, furthermore, moreover, finally, lastly, or last. Huge list, guys. Pick some for you and try repeating them. Don't bug yourself with a lot of information. Just try to capture something and try to master that. We try to cover tenses in this grammar course in 3 segments. You can find them as tenses part 1, part 2 and part 3. All of them constitutes of 4 tenses per chapter. In total, we'll be covering 12 tenses. So let's get started with tenses part 1. First comes in your category is simple present, but before we dive into simple present, let's understand what is the general overview of tense we have. So in general, when we study tense, we have an information that tenses are of 3 types: past tense, present tense, and your future tense. But when we come into deeper sense, we understand past tense comprises of 4 tenses. Those are simple past, past continuous, past perfect, and past perfect continuous. The same goes for present tense and future tense respectively. So present tense will have simple present, present continuous, present perfect, and present perfect continuous. And the same goes for future tense. So before we actually understand each one of them in detail, please remember you have 12 tenses divided into 3 broader sections: past, present, and future, and then their respective 4 sections in each, which makes it 12. I hope this is clear. So now let's understand simple present in more detail. In simple present, you will have a pattern to be followed, and let's understand with the table. So in simple present, the first thing and the foremost thing you should understand that the verb is either directly used or it's used with an S form of the verb. For example, Ram plays cricket. So Ram is your subject, plays is your verb, and cricket is your object. The identification of simple present tense in this, that play was a normal verb, but since Ram is a singular, we have put S at the end of the verb, and hence it became Ram plays. So if we have we will write we play cricket rather than writing we plays cricket, which is incorrect. So the rule number 1 you should remember, whenever you have a singular noun or a subject, in this case, you will always use S form or ES form. But if you have a plural noun or a subject, you will only have the main verb. Now, let's move on to rule number 2. You will find in certain situation do and does to be used with your main verb. So if we look into this example, Sita does play cricket. Now you have Sita as your subject, you have does as your helping verb, play will be your main verb, and cricket is your object. So now, if we generally write this sentence, we would say Sita plays cricket, which is a simple present. Sita plays cricket. We automatically puts an S because it's a singular noun. But now we have used does, so automatically S from play will be removed and the sentence will take the place of Sita does play cricket. The S which we were using in front of main verb will take the place of does in your helping verb. Now, in this particular form, you're looking into a negative sentence and hence we have put does not play cricket. You must be wondering, what about we does play cricket? Does it make sense or is it incorrect? Yes, it's incorrect. Since it's a plural noun, it will become do. So we do play cricket. Now the main verb is still same, but your helping verb will change according to your subject. It will either become do or it will take the form of does. Now the third form is where we frame questions starting from do and does. It's very simple. All you have to do is take your helping verb and put it at the first form. So do they play cricket? The main verb will still follow the same rule of do and does. If you don't have do, you will have either W word or other questions like why do you play, why are you playing, something like that, which is not the subject matter that we're discussing right now. We are focusing on do they play cricket. Since we are using do and it's a plural subject, we will just write play cricket. Since we understood what is the structure of simple present tense, now let's understand where do we exactly use simple present tense. Simple present tense is used to talk about regular habits. So you might say that I wake up every morning at around this clock, or maybe I drive my car every day, or I go to shop. You can take other examples like she goes to shopping with me. In this case, we are using goes because it's a singular subject. So please understand, whenever you talk about regular habits or something that is happening every day, you will use simple present tense. I wake up at 7 a.m. every day. So now waking up is a process that I'm doing every day at 7 o'clock. And hence I have used our simple present tense. She uses her vehicle every day to go to her office. So uses is your simple present tense because we are talking about a regular activity. So she was singular and hence I have used S form of the verb. Use plus S becomes uses. Moving on, there are certain words that you will always identify as the regular habits. For example, we may use words like always, normally, often, rarely, every day. Or we can use generally, usually, sometimes, never, every evening. So if you remember the previous slides, we talked about I wake up at 7 o'clock every day. In here you can see this word is an identification that we are describing a regular habit. Simple present is also used to talk about universal truths and facts. I am sure you must have heard in your 10th standard or maybe 1st standard as the first use of simple present that wherever you find universal truth or a fact, it's always simple present tense. So what do we mean by that? We mean that, for example, water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. You cannot change this fact. You cannot change this idea over here and hence it becomes a universal fact. Water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. No matter if you are in India or in Europe or wherever, the water always boils at 100 degrees Celsius. Also, teenagers don't generally have much money. So this is not a truth. This is not a universal truth, but it's a universal fact. And most of us agree to this fact that teenagers don't generally have much money. So since we have plural, teenagers, and hence we have written do plus not, do not or don't. There are words that help you to describe facts and truth, like mainly, normally, traditionally, or generally, usually, sometimes. So you can say mainly teenagers do not have money at the age of 16. So now using these words, or traditionally or sometimes, usually, you are describing that we are talking about facts and truths. Simple present tense is also used to talk about permanent situations. You must be saying to your friends that, I own a house. So now owning or possession is showing that you have something permanently. It doesn't change. If you have a house today, you will have a house tomorrow, and hence it become a permanent situation. In those places, we can always use simple present tense. I own a Mercedes. That means it's mine. It's a permanent situation. She lives in Bangalore. So when we talk about she lives in Bangalore, that means for last 10 years or something, she must be living in Bangalore, and hence it became a permanent situation. Please understand that she was singular, and hence we have put an S form here. But you must be wondering, with I, we are never following the rule of singular. Yes, that's correct. So I always follow a rule of plural, and hence they play the role of main verb directly. Instead, she, he, it, any name, Ram, Sita or whatever, you will always use S form of the main verb or the helping verb. Simple present tense is also used to talk about movies and books. What do I mean? It's like, in Bahubali movie, Katappa kills Bahubali. So I'm not talking about universal fact or something. All I'm talking about is a movie. Katappa kills Bahubali. My main verb has taken the form of S because Katappa is singular, and hence we use kills as the verb. Or fictional books are full of stories. So it's kind of a general fact that fictional books are full of stories. And hence, next time, wherever you find that it's a conversation about movies and books happening in present tense, it will be your simple present tense. Simple present tense has one more use, that is to give directions and instructions. You all must have encountered this, that your delivery guy might have called you and asked for the address. So you tell him, come to this road, take a right, then take a left, you will see a medical store, then next to the medical store there is a road. You always talk in simple present tense whenever you give direction and instructions. An example, to start your laptop, click on the power button. So I have main verb 1, I have main verb 2, both of them are in simple present tense. Simple present tense, another example can be explained. Another example would be, take a left at the corner of the road to reach my house. So, take a left or reach my house are both simple present tense. And hence, from now onwards, whenever you are talking about directions and instructions, please use simple present tense. You use simple present tense to talk about your regular activities, to talk about universal facts and figures, to talk about directions, and to talk about permanent situations. You will have words like generally, mainly, usually, every day, or every night. All these words help you to identify that we're talking about simple present tense. So that's all for your simple present tense. In simple present tense, to have a rough revision, we talk about regular activities, we talk about universal facts and figures, then we talk about something that is permanent, and we talk about directions and instructions. That's all for your simple present. Please do not get confused with simple present or other form of the verb, because simple present tense generally follow a very simple rule, and the only thing you should remember is S and ES of the main verb. Moving on, you have our next tense, that is present continuous tense. Now, before we dive into the subject, let's understand what the names suggest. Here, present shows that the activity is happening in present, that is today or now. Continuous shows that it's a regular process. It might have started, but it's still going on. That means a regular process going on. And that's correct. Present continuous tense shows that now when I'm talking to you, I am doing an activity that is in process. It has started maybe 5 minutes back or a day back, but I'm still doing it. And hence we use present continuous tense. So present continuous tense also follows a structure, which is M is R, which shows your present tense, plus verb and the ing form of the verb. There are certain uses of present continuous tense, and the first and the foremost is when you talk about actions happening at the moment of speaking. Very, very important at the moment of speaking. I am watching TV. Or more easier example would be I am teaching you guys. So now when I'm talking, I'm actually teaching you. I'm doing two activities at the same time. I'm talking plus I'm teaching. So that means I started this activity and I'm in the process of doing it. She is waiting for our friend. So is waiting shows that the process still goes on and it's happening at the moment of speaking. Other use of present continuous tense would be to talk about changing situation. For example, today the price of onion is 18 rupees. Yesterday it was 15 and tomorrow it may become 50. So this is a changing situation all through, and hence we use present continuous tense. The price of onion is rapidly rising. So is an ing form shows that is a continuous tense. Also, if you look into in deep, that this statement over here is showing a situation that keeps on changing or it is rising. The mobile phones are making it easier for people to stay in touch. Are making shows that they are in the process of doing something, and they have been doing it yesterday, they are doing it now, and they are in the process of still doing it. Also, present continuous tense is used to talk about temporary situation. Unlike simple present, when we say I own a Mercedes, I mean to say that this is my possession, I have it. It's a permanent situation. But when we talk about present continuous tense, I will say I am owning a Mercedes. That means right now I have a Mercedes, but yesterday or tomorrow it can be something else. I am living in Bangalore at the moment. I am living shows that right now I am in Bangalore. This phrase over here at the moment clearly shows that this activity is temporary. It may change tomorrow. Another example, she is working really hard for a job interview. So when you say she's working really hard, that means right now she's doing it. What if she gets a job tomorrow? She will not work, and hence it's a temporary situation. Moving on, some words which will help you to identify temporary situations would be now, currently, at the moment, this week, month or year. I hope this is clear. So you can say, currently, I'm working in this company. So you're working right now. What if you leave your job tomorrow? And hence it's a temporary situation. That's all for your present continuous tense. Always remember, when you are talking and you're doing an activity, you can use simple continuous tense, present continuous tense. Simple identification would be is, am, are plus verb plus ing form. That's all. Or if we talk about simple present, we were talking about play and s if it's she, or if it's I'll just say play. So singular or plural, the tense changes or the main verb changes. Now let's dive into simple past tense. Simple past tense clearly shows that something that happened in the past. So that means that activity is completed now. It has nothing to do with your present tense. That's why we use simple past tense. Whenever you want to talk about something that happened or that is finished, you can use simple past tense. It follows the same structure, the verb plus ed form or d form. For example, Ram played cricket. So ed with the main verb shows that this activity is finished. Did not plus verb. Now here comes an interesting fact. Whenever you see did in your sentence, please use the present form of the verb or the normal form of the verb. You will not say, for example, did played. It's completely wrong. You can say did play or did not play. Please focus. Did in itself shows past tense and hence we need not to write main verb in the past form. We will be writing in the present form. If you look into this sentence, Sita did not play cricket. I was trying to show an activity of the past in the negative form and the main verb still remains the same. Now, what if we frame questions? It's very simple. Just take your did to the first part and frame the sentence. Did they play cricket? Main verb remains same. So that's a rule or that's a fundamental you should remember about simple past, that it will either have ed form or d form of the main verb, or if we are using did, we will just write the main form in the simple present tense. Moving on, let's understand some of the uses of past tense, and the first and the foremost is to talk about completed actions. Often the time is mentioned. I completed my assignment yesterday. So when I say I completed ed form, I mean to say that this activity is over. And I have mentioned the time to show and to assure that yes, it was an activity of past. You may remove this and still the sentence is simple past, or you may add this, it will just add a bonus point to your mark. She finished the race. That means the activity is finished. It's not happening right now. Past tense is also used to talk about series of actions in the order. For example, a friend of yours asks you to tell a story of your childhood days. So you can say, I studied in this school and then I moved to Bangalore. There I started working, or there I worked in an MNC. So now if you see here, studied action 1, moved action 2, worked was your action 3. In between you have used then or next words. So now when you have series of actions in sequence, you can always use simple past tense. I went to the bookstore, took a book and later came back home. So later is your identification that it's a series of action and hence we can use simple past tense. Or if you look here, went, took, came. All the main verbs are in the past form and they are over. The activity is completely over. The words which will help you to show the sequence of actions would be next and then. Then she came to the party, removed her coat and sat on the chair. Came, removed, sat, all shows simple past. A word over here tells you that it's a series of action. Simple past tense is also used to talk about situations in the past which are not true anymore. They used to be true, but now they are not. Let's dive into the example right away. My dad worked for the police for 20 years. So that means this activity is over, but it's also not true in your present tense. It is completely a situation in the past which is not true anymore. So what we studied in simple past is, if you want to talk about past activities which are over, if you want to talk about situations that are not true anymore, if you have sequence of actions happening, you will always use simple past. The verb will take ed or d form, or if it's d, it will remain the same. It will not change. Did in itself shows that it's an activity of the past. Now let's dive into past continuous. It's very, very simple, but people get confused between present continuous and past continuous. So when I say present continuous, I mean to say an activity that is happening at the time when I'm talking, when I'm speaking. So it's an activity of present. A past continuous still shows that the activity was in process, but it has no connection with present tense. This activity was in the past and maybe something after this might have been finished and this was the background story. So at the time this thing was happening, this thing happened, this thing was happening. Don't worry, we have slides coming up to explain this in more detail. Now let's understand the structure. So past continuous follows a simple rule, was were plus verb ing form. She was living in India. Or what if I have to frame a negative sentence? All I have to do is put a not in between. And now when you have questionnaire, I will always put was at the first letter and frame the question. Was she living in India? So was becomes the first word in the sentence and it frames a question mark. Other things that you should remember is ing form of the verb. So now let's understand why do we use past continuous tense. We use past continuous tense to give background scene to an action. She was lying in a bed when thieves entered the house. So this activity is over, but when this happened, this was happening. It was in process. She was lying. Now notice that this word over here, when, it shows that it's giving a background scene to an action. Ram was driving his car when a car hit him from the back. While is another word like when, which will help you to show that this is a background scene to an action. And the rule says was plus ing form of the verb. So if you clearly understand the situation, something was something happened, before that something was in process. And that's how past continuous comes into picture. If you talk about present continuous, you will just say she is lying in her bed. That means this activity is happening at the time when I'm speaking. Moving on, when you have to focus on activity without focus on its completion. I don't know when it started, I don't know when it's going to be over, but I know what is happening. There you use past continuous tense. Last year I was working in theatre, studying for my degree and teaching yoga. 3 activities. And all of them are focused moreover on what is happening rather than when it got over. That's how you use past continuous tense. Now, these 2 words right on your screen, used to and would, are very, very important if you want to talk about past tense. Used to and would are always used when you want to show something that was happening in the past and it was a repeated action of yours. You were doing it almost every day. She used to cook for me. So 2 things to remember. When I say used to, that means it was repeated, it was happening every day. And second thing, it's past. It's not happening anymore. Used to and would also follows a sentence structure like Ram used to or would drive the car. Automatically, if you use used to or would, your main verb remains in the present form. Did not plus used to plus infinitive. As I said, whenever you have did, used to will also become used to. It will not have D form anymore. A questionnaire, did Ram used to drive the car? Please notice this. If I say did, I will say used to. If I did not have did, I will say used to or would. So, used to or would is used to talk about past repeated actions. She used to drive the car. She would leave the window open whenever she was at home. That means she's not doing it right now and she was doing it regularly every day in the past. That's all for your used to and would. And used to and would is used, again I'm saying it, to talk about your past activities, past repeated actions. You can simply put this word, insert this word in your sentence and it automatically becomes a continuous process that you were irregularly doing this. Let me ask you a question. In your life, how many times have you faced a situation where you have completed a task a moment before now, or maybe recently, or maybe in the same day? If yes, then you would be definitely using present perfect tense. In here, you want to talk about the task that was completed, and also you want to mention the time it was completed. It has its significance in your present tense. There is a simple structure that you have to understand in order to construct a present perfect sentence. For example, present perfect sentence always have an auxiliary verb, always have an helping verb along with the main verb. And the sign to tell you it's a present perfect tense would be helping verb will always be has and have, and the main verb will always be having it ed form or the past form. So in here, we want to show that the task is recently completed or the start of the class has been recently started. Let's consider a negative statement. It's very simple and it follows the same rule of present perfect tense. All you have to do is add a not after your helping verb. If you have to frame a question for the same tense, then all you have to do is pick your helping verb to the first part of the sentence and write the sentence. Have you started the class? If these structures are clear to you, let's dive into the situation where we need to use present perfect tense. The first usage would be to talk about a time period that is not over. What if I tell you, I have eaten 2 chapatis this morning. Now, if you clearly focus on this statement, you can see that the task is over. I have eaten. The task of eating 2 chapatis is already over, but the day or the morning when it was over is not yet finished. So you can say that this is a present perfect tense where the task is completed, but the time period when this task actually happened is not yet over. Let's look into more examples. I have read a book this morning. Have and read follows the same rule. This morning shows that it's still going on. The morning is still going on. Moving on, she has met me this week. Saying that this week is still not yet over, so this action of meeting my friend can happen again. That's how we use present perfect tense in situation number 1. Moving on, let's talk about situation number 2 to use present perfect tense. It is used to show an activity in the past before now. Please focus on this part of the sentence. It is used to show an activity in the past before now. An example, I have finished plenty of work. So it clearly shows that at some point before now, I have finished plenty of my work. She has wasted a lot of time with him. So this activity of wasting time is already over, but it is over in the past that was before now. Moving on, we need to understand what kind of words can we use to show that the time is in the past. So the words that will help you out would be ever, before, still, never, up to now, so far. So you can say, I have met my friend 2 times so far. Or I've met my friend recently. I have met my friend before 2 p.m. So whenever you find words like that, which clearly shows that this is an activity in the past, but the time period still is not yet over, we are clearly talking about present perfect tense. Situation number 3 to use present perfect tense would be to talk about a present situation which started in the past. Please remember, the activity is over. It's not continuing process, but the activity has clearly started in your past. I have taken care for this kid for 7 years. So now this activity of taking care of the kid for 7 years clearly shows that the activity started 7 years back and you might be still taking care of the kid. She has lived in this house since 1998. It clearly shows that the process of living in the house is very old, but she might still be living in the same house. And that's how we come up with the idea of present perfect tense. Also, situation number 4 where you can use present perfect tense would be when you want to talk about an activity that happened anytime in the past, but it is clearly connected to your present tense. I know this sounds a little bit similar to what we discussed in the last slide, but it has a little more difference here. The difference is it is connected to the present tense. That means it will have its effect on present tense. Example, Ram has read all the articles related to crime. So now, if today you ask Ram, do you have information about that crime that happened in 1996? He would clearly say yes, because he has read all the articles related to the crime. So in the present tense, he will have all the details required. That's how we use present perfect tense in situation number 4. Also, let's understand what kind of time expressions do we use to show negative and questionnaires. Recently, just, already, yet. So you may have faced this thing like, I have read this book recently, or I have just read this book. I have already read this book. I have read this book yesterday. So whenever you show an impression to talk about something negative, you want to show about a questionnaire, you can always use these expressions. You can frame a question and say, have you read the book? Have you read the book yet? Question mark. So now by using a time expression, I can clearly say it's a questionnaire in present perfect tense. Moving ahead, let's look into some examples. Have you written your task yet? This is the same thing that we just talked about. I have just finished it. So whenever you are in the boundary line or you are running late on the project, but you somehow manage to finish it, you will use expressions like these. And they show that the sentence is negative or it's simply signifying a question. Moving on, since so far we are understanding that it has to do something in the past which has an impact in the present tense, then how is it different from simple past tense? Let's take an example of simple past. Ram finished the work. On the other hand, if I write a sentence, Ram has finished the book, or the work in this case. So what is that changes between both the tenses that makes us clear that it's a present perfect tense or it's a simple past tense? The first thing that you can look in here is the usage of helping verb and the main verb. That's very much sure. So in present perfect tense, you have a helping verb has and finished as the main verb. In here, you only have a main verb with ed form. So that is one identification we can come up that this is present perfect tense or this is simple past tense. I hope this is making sense to all of you. So let's understand more differences. Present perfect tense links the past with the present. What does it mean? I have read quite a lot of book. So now I have read some and I will read the remaining now. So the task of reading the book has been started in the past, but there is certain task that is connected to my present tense. On the other hand, simple past only talks about past. I read the book. That means I've clearly finished reading the book. It has nothing to do with my present time period. Also, present perfect talks about unspecified time. I can say, I have read the book. Please forget about the question mark here. It's incorrect. So the sentence would be, I have read the book. When, where, which, no information provided. So it clearly shows unspecified time. On the other hand, you will see simple past tense to show specific time period. I read the book when I was in metro. So I'm talking about a situation when I was in metro. At that time, I read the book. Also, present perfect tense shows the time is unfinished. I have read 5 articles this week. So the time period of this week is still not yet over. I can still read more articles coming up in this week. On the other hand, simple past clearly shows the time is finished. I read 5 articles last week. Can you see the difference here? This week, last week. So this week, we might be on Wednesday and we still have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday coming up. But on the other hand, when I clearly said last week, that means it has nothing to do with the present tense and the task is completely finished. Let's go through the examples again. Let's go through the situations again. If you still have any doubts, please get back to me. Write in the comment section and I'll be ready with all the answers you needed. Moving on, let's cover up our next tense, and it's very, very simple. It's present perfect continuous tense. I know the sound of continuous tense make you a little bit relaxed. That's very much true because you know the activity is in process or you will have ing form of the verb. But how does it differ from past continuous or present continuous or any other continuous form of the verb? So present perfect continuous tense will have a simple structure. Has been working. Main verb follows ing form, helping verb will be has, and an additional help will come from been. If you want to talk about negative situation, as I always say, please use a not and let the sentence remain the same. A questionnaire, same rule. Take your have or has at the first place and write the statement. So the helping word will always be has and have in present perfect continuous or present perfect tense. Let's now focus on the situations where we want to use present perfect continuous tense. Situation number 1 would be that both present perfect or present perfect continuous tense are used to say how long an activity has been going on. Now you must be wondering how present perfect and present perfect continuous playing the same role. That is very much true. In such situation, you will find present perfect tense to play the same role as present perfect continuous tense if we want to focus on how long the activity has been going on. The example, I have felt sick for weeks, or she has been feeling sick for weeks. So first sentence is present perfect tense and we are focusing on the time period. The second sentence is present perfect continuous tense and I'm focusing on the time period again. So in both the situation, all I'm focusing is on how long an activity has been going on. But the difference, if you can look here, lies in the verb. So in first case, the activity of feeling sick is over, but the weeks are going on. On the other hand, the activity of feeling sick is going on. In the past, the process has been going on over weeks. Let's understand in more detail. Present perfect continuous is sometimes being confused with present perfect and the differences lies here. Present perfect continuous focuses on activity itself. I have been reading a book. No idea if the book is finished or not, but the process of reading a book was going on. On the other hand, present perfect focuses on the result. I have read the book. So now here we were focusing on the process of reading the book. Over here we focus on the book is finished. But we don't know when because present perfect always talked about unfinished time period. And you know that very clear from your past slides. Present perfect continuous focuses on how long. I have been reading for past 1 week. So if you remove this, I have been reading, then also it was an identification of present perfect continuous. But to make it more sure, I'll write for past 1 week to show how long this activity was going on. On the other hand, present perfect focuses on how many times. I have read 3 pages. So I'm not talking about the duration. All I'm talking about the frequency of that activity happening or happened in the past. That's all for your present perfect continuous tense and present perfect tense. You would have understood so far that present perfect tense shows about an activity that has recently finished or it has some impact on your present tense. On the other hand, present perfect continuous tense help you to focus how long that activity happened or what was the activity, what was the process and what was the process of the activity going on over the time period. Moving on, we will get deeper into the thoughts of past perfect tense. It's even scarier, believe me. But if you understand a simple rule of past perfect tense, you will never ever get confused with this. So before we dive into the subject matter of the structure, I want to make you understand with a simple rule here. Let's imagine a situation. Time is 9 a.m. and the class of science is going on. At 8:50, the teacher has started the class. A moment before that, 45 or 49, Ram entered the class. So, when I want to focus on past perfect tense, I want to talk about an activity that happened at 8:45, but I'll be giving a background, I'll be giving more additional information of another time period in the past, and the talk is happening in the present tense. So I'm giving an information about 8:45 with a reference of another time period in your past, and that's how we come up with the idea of past perfect tense. So I can say Ram entered the class when the teacher has started the lecture. We are talking about an activity in the past with a reference to another activity that happened at unspecified time in the past. And we use past perfect tense. So don't worry about the structure or which sentence to come at which place. Just focus on how two talks are connected to each other. Both are in the past tense and both make sense in your present tense. The structure of past perfect goes very simple. Helping verb will be had, and your main verb will be ed form or the third form of the verb. Same goes for your negative structure, had not listened, and the same goes with your questionnaire. Had will come to the first place. It's quite similar to your present perfect tense in terms of structure, but the helping verbs is changing. In the first part, we discussed about has and have. Over here, we talk about had. So let's not get confused with the structure. Let's understand the use of past perfect tense. When we are talking about the past and want to mention something that happened earlier, like when he entered the class had already started. So we are focusing on an activity in the past that means entered the class, and we want to mention something that happened earlier. So the class had already started, maybe a minute before when he entered. Now, if you look at the first part of the structure, you can clearly show a past tense or simple past tense, entered. But when you look in the second part of the structure, you can see had, started, which shows past perfect tense. But the past perfect tense is quite incomplete if you don't mention other activity that happened earlier or happened after. Another example, my father was a driver and my grandfather had also been a driver. So in here, been is used as a main verb, a form of do, and had is your helping verb. So we form a structure that my father was a driver, which was a simple past, and my grandfather had also been a driver. So we are focusing on an activity of grandfather, giving an example of an activity of my father. Here are two statements on your screen. I want you to take a moment to read the statements and understand what exactly are we trying to show or what difference these statements have. So statement number 1 is, when I came from gym, my roommate slept. You have a main verb here and you have a main verb here. The other sentence is, when I came from gym, a main verb, my roommate had slept. Main verb is slept here. Had is your helping verb. So take a moment, understand what is the difference between both the statements. Let me give you a hint. Please focus on the main verbs in both the sentence. Those main verbs will help you to guide whether it's a simple past sentence or it's a past perfect sentence. Coming back. In sentence number 1, we have two main verbs, came and slept. Came clearly shows that it's a past tense. slept also shows it's a past tense. So the first doubt is very much clear that we are talking about a simple past tense in your first sentence. In second case, we are talking about an activity of my roommate sleeping, and we are giving a reference of another activity coming from the gym. So the first part is simple past, but the second part clearly shows past perfect tense. So the difference that we were referring to is, in the first sentence, I came home and then my roommate slept. On the other hand, in the second sentence, my roommate slept before I came from the gym. So can you see the difference in both the cases? In the first case, you came home and then the roommate slept, which shows that there is a series of action. I came from gym, roommate slept. If you remember, this is the case we discussed in simple past tense. When you talk about a series of action, we use simple past tense. In the second case, we are talking about an activity from the gym, coming from the gym, and giving an information of something happening at unspecified time. That was, my roommate had slept. So in here, something happened before something happened. But in the first case, something happened and then something happened and then something happened. Let's talk about other cases where we can use past perfect tense. We want to talk about an uncertain time period before a particular point in your past. So here's your timeline. You want to talk about this time period. You don't know what time is this, but you know a specified time, which is, for example, 7 p.m. in this case. So you want to talk about this time period before a particular time period that you already know. Example, by the time he was 14, the young boy had finished 1,000 books. So let's focus only on this part of the sentence. In here, you can show that the boy had finished 1,000 books. But do we have any idea about the time when was it finished? No. Now, combining both the sentence, by the time he was 14. So 14 is your particular point in the past, and finishing 1,000 book before 14 is the time of uncertain time that we want to refer to. Also, you will find certain words like always, sometimes, never, before, by to talk about such periods. So over here, if you look, you have a verb. You have an helping hand to show by the time he was 14. This is your particular time and this is your unspecified time. You can also say sometimes, you can use always, you can use never, before. Try framing questions, try framing sentences using these expressions. If you have doubts, get back to me, we'll make it clear. Now comes your last part of this chapter, that is past perfect continuous tense. Again, continuous tense clearly shows the time period or the duration the activity was going on before a certain activity happened in the past. That's how we use past perfect continuous tense. The structure will be simple. Had been studying, ing form shows continuous, had been shows past perfect. Framing a negative sentence would not be tough in this case as well. Had not been studying. Please remove the questionnaire here. I don't know what is the mistakes here. Please don't focus on the question mark here. It's a full stop. Now let's talk about a questionnaire. You will say had at the first place and say had she been studying in India for long and a question mark. So over here you need a full stop, not a question mark. Past perfect continuous tense is used to focus on how long an activity continued or to focus on the activity itself in some cases. Like, she was gifted in the dance and she had been making excellent progress. Or, the kids had been enjoying for some time. So in sentence number 1, you are simply focusing on the activity of dance. Instead, in the second sentence, you are focusing on how long was the activity happening. So sometime is the significance to show how long, and she had been making excellent progress. She was gifted in the dance clearly shows that we are talking about the activity. That's how you can segregate past perfect continuous tense. Past perfect continuous tense also is used to talk about past things that did not happen as expected. This is an additional information and you will definitely use use this information in your upcoming speech writing or essay writing, in your IELTS exam or any other exam in particular. Also, when you talk and when you share some stories, this point over here will definitely be helpful. An example, my dad had expected to be re-elected as an MP, but in the end he only got 10% vote. So there was an expectation and there was a situation he wanted things to happen, but it didn't happen that way. You can use past perfect tense in this case, or past perfect continuous tense as well. She had been hoping to be the top in the class, but she was too sick to write the exam. So this is past perfect tense and this is past perfect continuous tense. Both the tenses are clearly showing that things did not happen the way they were expected to be. Now the first question arises, why do we need articles? I'm sure in your blood information you will definitely know that articles are somewhere like a and the. But I want to ask you a question. What is the role of each one of them and why do you exactly need them? So articles define noun as specific or unspecific. What does that mean? Let's understand with an example. She is an actress. In this case, we are talking about a random situation that shows an unspecific noun. On the other hand, he will come to the United Kingdoms. In this case, we are talking about United Kingdoms, which is a combination of multiple countries. And hence, we are talking about a specific noun, United Kingdoms. And that's why we use articles like a and the. Don't worry about them. We have more slides coming up to explain each one of them in particular. But the general idea remains the same, that articles define noun as specific or unspecific. Like an actress is an unspecific noun, United Kingdoms is a specific noun. Moving on, let's understand how many types of articles do we have. As we discussed in the past slide, that a and the were the articles that we have an information about, but in particular we classify them as indefinite or definite article. Indefinite talks about, as you know, unspecific noun. Definite article talks about specific noun. So let's understand what is the use of a. Whenever you have a word that begins with a consonant sound, please focus here. Any sound apart from a, e, I, o, u is considered as a consonant sound. So whenever you find a word that begins with a consonant sound, you will simply use a. Example, a European. So if you focus on here, the word starts with a vowel, but the sound is coming off y-u, European. So that shows it is a consonant sound and we are meant to use a. On the other hand, we have another word coming up, university. Same goes with this, u-y-u-versity, university. So the words start with a vowel, but the sound is a consonant. So we have no option left and it's mandatory to use a in front of the word. On the other hand, or coming up, whenever you find an abbreviation that is spoken as a single word. For example, a FIFA player. You never say a FIFA player, but you say a FIFA player. FIFA goes together. So it's an abbreviation that is spoken as a single word and hence you can use a in front of that. A SWAT team. You will never hear anybody say SWAT team, but they will say SWAT team. So in those kind of abbreviation where they are spoken as a single word, please use a. Moving on, what is the use of an? An, on the other hand, is used before a word that begins with a vowel sound. As I said earlier, a, e, I, o, u. So don't get confused that whenever a word starts with a, e, I, o, u, you will just simply use an. Focus on the sound that the word creates. An umbrella, an apple. So apple starts with a sound, umbrella starts with sound. Both the cases you can use an. Also, an is used before abbreviation that are spoken as individual letters. Simple example and very referable one is MBA. So you take the sound, you pronounce each word, each letter separately. MBA. And there's always a dot in between, so you can use an. An FBI agent. You will never hear anybody saying FBI agent. Instead, they will say FBI. In those cases, please feel free to use an. I hope the simple difference between a and an are clear so far. If not, please go back to the slide 1 and start again. Moving on, in certain cases you have words with silent H sound, like an honest player. So the word starts with H, but the sound starts with O. I repeat, the word starts with the letter H, but the sound comes off O. So you don't say honest player. Instead, you say honest player. As I said earlier, whenever you have a vowel sound, please use an. An hour ago. So the sound comes R, or this sound. It doesn't come like har. H sound is silent here. So we are free to use an. Moving on, there are certain cases where both a and an can be used, and also one more word as one can be used. So whenever we want to talk about a job a person does, we are free to talk with the articles a and n. She wants to be a musician, or Ram is an astronaut. In both the cases, we are talking about the profession or the job a person does, and hence, if you notice here, before the noun you have used article a and n. Or when you want to indicate something for the first time, please focus. We don't know about the situation, we are talking about it for the very first time. It's mandatory that we use a and n. I need a computer. So this is the first time I'm raising a request of a computer. Can you pass me an apple? This is the first time and I'm indicating to an apple that I want to eat. In both the cases, I've used a or an. A in here because the vowel it's a consonant sound. In here, it's a vowel sound and hence we have used an. Moving on, a and an is also used before singular countable nouns. They are countable and they are singular nouns. And in those cases, we can use one. Sometimes you will find in a sentence instead of a and n, they have used one. Like, can I have one chocolate? Rather than saying, give me a chocolate, you generally prefer to say, give me one chocolate. I am going to India for a or 1 year. You can use both in this case. Please come here for an 1 hour. In both the cases, you can use an or one. So please focus, whenever you have singular countable nouns, you can always use one in place of a and n. Coming up, one is specifically used to emphasize on only one thing. So if you want to be more precise and you want to say, I just need one, you can always use O-N-E. I need one chocolate. Use one pencil and then the other. So I'm being very specific and I want to emphasize on only one thing, and hence I prefer to use one in place of a or n. Also, when you have a number and a quantity phrase, you cannot use one. Example, 3 times a day. So are you comfortable saying 3 times 1 day? I hope not. Or once in an hour. Can you say once in 1 hour? Would be quite confusing. So we prefer not to use one in number and quantity phrases. Here you have a number, here you have a quantity. So we don't use one in those cases. Also, an is used to refer to one from a group. Raising kids is a challenge for all parents. So there's a series of challenges and we are picking one out of many. In those cases also, you can use a or n when you want to focus on one from the entire group. Coming up is your definite article, that is the. The is used when you want to show that something is unique. Very simple definition. Never ever get confused with this. When you know something is very unique, feel free to use the. Lucknow is the capital city of UP. So there's only one Lucknow, there's only one UP in the entire world, and hence both are specific, both are unique. We can use the. Also, the sun is bright. Do we have 100 suns? We may, but for Earth, we have only one sun, and hence we can use the sun. When we know which thing or person we are referring to, if you remember from the slides of A and N, we referred that we want to talk about something for the very first time. We use A and N. But what about the situation that we know the thing or the person we are referring? In those cases, please use the. The girl we met yesterday. So this incident of meeting the girl happened yesterday. It's obvious that you know this girl now, and hence you can use the girl. Did you like the chair? In this case, the chair, I'm being very specific which chair I want to indicate to. So there might be a showroom which have 10 chairs and I'm indicating to one particular, I can say the chair. Or maybe we saw certain chairs and we had our mind on one. When we came back home, I asked my partner, did you like the chair? So he will have an understanding that which chair I'm referring to at that time. Also, the is used before superlatives. Like, it is the biggest match of the century. So the biggest shows the superlative degree. I picked the cheapest dress from the store. The cheapest, the biggest. So I'm going to show superlative degrees and hence I can use the. In some cases, you may fall into the pattern of the of. Like, at the back of my car. Please focus, I'm saying in a musical sound because there's a pattern that I want you to focus on. That is the something of something. In those cases, please use the. So it's clear cut, the space of space. That means some word has to be filled here. We will always use the. I dropped my glasses in the middle of the. So the, middle, the. So I can say the, blah, the of something. Also, the has a very specific use with some proper nouns. Like when you want to talk about seas and ocean. The Indian Ocean. There's only one Indian Ocean in the entire world and hence we can use the. Rivers. The Indus, the Ganges. Country name representing a group. Like the United Kingdoms. So there will be 1, 2, 3, 4, many. The United States of America. The name itself suggests that it's a combination of multiple countries in there. Like kingdoms, states. Mountain ranges, the Everest, the Mount Abu. Famous buildings like the Parliament. Nationalities like the Indian, the British. So you won't say the India. No, it's wrong. You will say the Indian, the British. Some other uses of the will be the moon, the tiger rays, the crown, the South Pole. These are some random examples that I've picked. Like the moon is only one moon, that's why I've said, right? The tiger rays, I want to specific to one particular rays. The ground I want you to refer, or the South Pole. In all these cases, you can use the. Now, let's understand what is that basic difference between a and the. Focus on this statement right here. I bought an ice cream and a chocolate, but only the ice cream was eaten. So if you focus, we have three articles, a and the over here. Every article has a specific use. So when I want to focus about something for the first time, I said I bought an ice cream and a chocolate. Now I want to be specific to one object out of two, and hence I said but only the ice cream was eaten. Since we declare both the objects in the first part of the sentence, in the second part all I'm doing is referring to the previous information, and hence it's simple to use the. There is one more case that will be important if you really want to complete your articles chapter, and that is your zero article. What about the nouns where we don't use articles at all? What do we do there? In those cases, you have something called as zero article. Zero article is used before uncountable and plural form of a noun to talk about people and things in general. So neither I'm declaring something for the first time, neither I'm being specific to something unique. All I'm doing is to talk uncountable and plural form of a noun in general. Like, children like playing in the ground. I refer to all the children. And this, if you notice here, is an uncountable and plural form. Let's dance on Bollywood song. Did I mention the Bollywood song? Did I mention one song? No, I mentioned in general. And hence, I don't need an article before these two nouns here. Zero noun is also used before the name of particular people. Like, Narendra Modi is making the Indians proud. Over here, I have used an article because I want to show about a proper noun, Indians. But here, since it's a name of a person and particular person, I will say Narendra Modi. The name of Mahatma Gandhi is unique. So it's a name of a person. I will just directly use the name itself. I will not say the name of the Mahatma Gandhi, the Narendra Modi. No, that's incorrect. In some proper cases or with some proper cases, you don't use an article, or you can say you use a zero article, like countries, India, China, Australia. Only countries that are specific to a group will use the in front of them, else they will not requiring any article. Cities or states like Lucknow, UP, mountains, or you want to talk about companies like Mindtree, Google, Apple. They're just companies. There's some proper nouns. Just use zero article. Continents like Asia, Africa. So that's all for your article so far. Please go through the entire slides again. Get your doubts clear. Make notes wherever it's required. And go through your chapters quite often. That's the only way you understand grammar. I have an additional advice over here that if you really want to focus on correcting your information, please take a moment to understand if you are saying everything correct. If not, stop yourself, start again. That's all for you today's class. See you in the next class. Thank you. Determiners always introduce noun. Please remember, they're always placed before a noun or an adjective in some cases. For example, look at those lions in the zoo. So if you pay a little attention here, those is an example of a determiner and it's placed before a noun, that is lions, and the job this determiner is doing here is to introduce lions, to introduce the noun. Moving on, here's one more example. Bring me some milk. So in this case, it's not exactly introducing noun, but it's telling you about the quantity of the noun. Milk is your noun and some is placed before noun and is helping you to find out the quantity of milk that you want. Types of determiners. We have 4 types of determiners. First comes your articles, a and the, which we have already discussed in chapter 3 in more detail. Then comes your demonstratives. We'll cover demonstratives in this particular chapter. This, that, these and those. Please don't worry right now because we have more slides coming up to explain this, that, these and those. Moving on, we have possessives. My, your, his, her, its, our, their, and the series goes on. Possessives we have discussed in parts of speech where we discuss pronoun. So in this chapter we won't be discussing possessives. Now let's come to the last type of determiner, that is quantifiers. Quantifiers are very important and the list consists of a, few, some, any, each, several, many, and it goes on. Please don't worry, we have more details coming up on quantifiers in the further slides. So as I said, in this particular chapter of determiners, we will be discussing demonstratives and quantifiers in detail. Articles is already been discussed in chapter 3. Possessives is already been discussed in chapter 1 in pronouns. Moving on, let's understand demonstrative in more detail. So demonstrative points out to a particular noun. Here is a tricky part. Particular noun makes it more sure that we are talking about determiner, and in determiner we are talking about demonstratives. I want to buy this t-shirt. So in this case, this is placed before your noun, that is t-shirt, and this is telling you more about this particular noun, that is a t-shirt. I know I'm sounding a little slow here because the concept is like that. If you grasp it in one go, it's well and good. If not, please repeat the example. I want to buy this t-shirt. So when I say, I always put an emphasis on this t-shirt. Let me see those designs. Now, I'm talking about something plural, designs. So I'm putting here those. Moving on, we have types of demonstratives. As we discussed, we have types of determiners. Same way we have type of demonstratives. So the first category is near demonstratives. Near demonstrative simply says when you have something nearby and you're just indicating to that object. For example, I want this t-shirt. Now if I have plural commodities, I'll say these t-shirts. Next is far demonstrative. When I have to indicate to a noun which is far kept or which is in the past, maybe something which happened yesterday. For example, do you remember that movie? So when I say, do you remember that movie? I might be pointing out to something that I have watched yesterday or maybe last year. Same way I can make it plural. Do you remember those movies? So please understand, this is a mere difference between near demonstratives and far demonstrative. One help you to indicate something that is nearby, maybe singular or maybe plural. The other category helps you to identify something which is in the past or something that has happened long back. Moving on, let's understand how can we use these demonstratives. So the general use would be take out new plates. These ones are old, those are new. So in this case, I'm just identifying or I'm just pointing out to one type of a noun. That's it. The other use would be when I'm using demonstrative as an adjective. This book is awesome. In this case, book is your noun, and when I'm using this, I'm pointing out to give more information of my noun, and hence this is working as an adjective. Last, when we use demonstratives as pronoun. Here is your car, drive this carefully. Here is your car, in this case car is my noun, drive this carefully. So now drive is my verb, carefully is an adverb. But if you notice, in this case this, instead of repeating car again, I'm using this, and hence I can say that demonstrative can now also perform a role of a pronoun. So I could have said this, here is your car, drive the car carefully. But what I did instead, here is your car, drive this carefully. So I'm using this as a pronoun, also as a demonstrative at the same time. Moving on, let's come to the major part of determiners, that is quantifiers. I'm again saying it, please pay more and more attention on quantifiers because 90% of the time when you talk, when you write, you are using these words. I'm sure about it. So quantifiers points out to the quantity or the amount of noun. In case it's an uncountable noun, you talk about amount. In case it's a countable noun, I can say I am talking about the quantity, or maybe I can say numbers. And examples would be, give me some apples. So when I say give me some apples, I'm talking about a countable commodity, and hence I can use some. Let me call everyone inside. Everyone inside is showing that there's a group of people and I'm indicating to all of them at once and I'm calling them inside. So every in this case is talking about quantity or amount of people standing outside. Let's understand in more details the types of quantifiers. So quantifiers has a long list coming up. Please pay attention on each and every word and we'll discuss them in detail. So here is your first list. Some, most, many, more, no, less, each, every, and both. Next would be these words, and then you have these one. I'm giving you a second time to just grasp some of them so that when we discuss them in detail, you will understand that we are talking about quantifiers here. And also, if you notice, every word that we have written on the screen is telling you something about the quantity or amount. When I say several, I'm talking about numbers, that's for sure. When I talk about all, I'm again talking about numbers. When I talk about less, yes, I'm talking about quantity. When I talk about a couple of, again I'm talking about number, quantity, or amount. So every quantifier tells you something about your noun, specifically the quantity and the amount of that noun. So let's discuss them in more detail. First comes in our list is some and any. These two quantifiers are very much confused most of the times because we try to put any in the case of some and we try to fit some in the case of any. But there is a slight difference between both these quantifiers. Before we come to the difference, let's understand them in general. So they are generally used with plural and uncountable noun when we are unsure about the amount or number. So I don't know how much or I don't know how many, then I'll say some or any. Give me some apple. So I'm not sure if I want 1 apple or 2 apples, so I'll say some apple. Give me any amount of money. I'm not sure if I want 1K. I'm not sure if I just need 5 rupees. And hence I will say give me any amount of money. It can be 0, it can be 1, it can be 2, it can be 1K. So let's see some examples. Give me some money. Do you have any butter? Let's understand what we just discussed in the first statement. These are always used with plural and uncountable noun. Please always remember this. It's very, very important that they are always used with plural or uncountable noun. So in this case, when I talked about money, sometimes money is often confused being a countable noun, but it's not. Money is always an uncountable noun and hence I can use some in front of it. Then comes to your butter. Again the same thing, butter is an uncountable noun and hence I can use any in front of it. In both the cases, some or any are telling you something about the noun and hence they are determiners. They are indicating to the noun. Moving on, let's see the difference which I was saying earlier. Some is used when you have a positive sentence. For example, I have some chocolates. So chocolates I'm recognizing as an uncountable noun and I want some chocolates. That means I'm showing a prospect that I am positive. I need some chocolate. I want some chocolate. On the other hand, any is used in negative sentences. We didn't get any book. So in this case, I'm showing I'm giving an indication that I didn't get anything. I'm showing a negative response in their case, that I didn't receive any book. Moving on, some is used in questions where answer is expected to be positive. Please remember this. Positive is a strong word which has a direct link to some. So whenever you feel you have a sentence which gives a positive response, please use some. When you have a question where answer is expected to be positive, please use some. For example, do you want some money? Yes, I want some money. I want some water in this case. So I was expecting a positive reply out of this question and hence I'm using some. On the other hand, when you have other types of questions where the response can be neutral, the response can be negative, I'll use any. Is there any sandwich left in the fridge? So instead of saying is there some sandwich left, because if I said some, the response could be positive. Yes, there is some, there is little. But when I said, is there any sandwich left in the fridge? So the situation might be, there might be 5 sandwiches out of which 4 was finished in the first go and 1 was left. But you remember other friend taking it out, but you're not sure about it. So you can say, is there any sandwich left in the fridge? that means the probability would be 0 or maybe half. Moving on, when we have some offers and requests to be placed, we always use some. Can I buy you some coffee? Please, yes. On the other hand, when I have an if clause, when you are not sure by yourself but still you are raising a request. If you love any person, tell me. And the moment you tell, you are in trouble. So let's segregate some and any on 3 fundamental rules. Rule number 1, when you have a positive sentence, use some. When you have a negative sentence, use any. When you are asking a question where the reply would be positive, please use some. When you are asking a question where the reply might be negative or it might be neutral, please use any. The third rule is when you have a request or an offer to make, please use some. Can I buy you some coffee? Please. On the other hand, if you have an if clause where you're not sure but still you are raising a request. If you love any person, tell me. So you're not sure if that person, the person you're talking to is in love with somebody but still you want to ask him. So you can say, if you love any person, tell me. I hope some and any are clear by this point. If not, please go back to these rules again and understand them in more detail. Moving on, we have our second type of quantifiers, that is each and every. Similarly, like some and any, these two quantifiers are also often confused. Each and every are used with singular nouns when we want to show all in a group. So instead of indicating to every person by the name, I'm calling them each and every, but still I want to recognize them all in one group. For example, each girl should come to the class. So instead of taking the name of every girl in the class, I'm saying each girl. And I'm referring to the entire class over here. Every cloth in this shop is branded. So in this case, I'm using every for this commodity, for this noun named as cloth. And I'd want to indicate to all the cloths in the group, all the cloths in the shop. So please focus, they're always used with singular nouns. If you see here, girl is a singular noun, cloth is a singular noun. These are the identification that we can use each and every. But I'm indicating to all in the group. I'm indicating to the entire class. I'm indicating to the entire shop. Please remember that the verb after each and every is always singular. Every shop needs renovation. So in this case, shop was a singular noun, which is very much clear. And since I have used every, so it's mandatory that I'm using singular verb. I'm saying needs renovation. So instead of saying every shop needs renovation, I will say every shop needs renovation, because shop is a singular noun and hence the verb will also become a singular verb. Moving on, let's see the difference between every and each. When we talk about the group as a whole, so instead of indicating every person, I want to talk about the entire group. I can say nearly every student is different. So in this case, I'm talking about the group as a whole. On the other hand, when we talk about individual member of the group, please look here, individual member is the major difference that you have to understand between every and each. An example would be, we welcomed each guest with namaste. So now I'm indicating to the individual guest that comes to a party. So the difference would be, when I'm talking about the entire group as a whole, I will be using every. On the other hand, when I'm indicating individual member of the group, I'll be saying each. Moving on, you will come across to certain cases where one of these words will be followed with a number. I have to visit my hometown in every 6 weeks. So after every, I'm using a number, and hence it's kind of mandatory that I use every now. On the other hand, you may come across to a clause, each plus of plus noun. For example, each of the visitor paid their homage. So now let's try to reverse the situation. What if I say, I have to visit my hometown in each 6 weeks? It's incorrect. If you have a number coming after each or every, it's always mandatory that you use every to have an correct use. Let's reverse this case, every of the visitor. Now you are not even indicating individual member, nor you are trying to recognize it as a group, and hence it's incorrect. So each of the visitor, please remember this phrase, each plus of plus your noun. In this case, visitor is your noun. Let's revise the difference between every and each. When you talk about the group as a whole, you will be using every, or whenever it is followed by number, it has to be every. On the other hand, when we talk about individual member of the group, it has to be each, or when we come across the phrase each plus of plus your noun or pronoun, we will be using each. Moving on, let's come to other quantifiers, and I would say probably the interesting quantifiers. We have first in our list many. I know 90% of us or even 100% of us will be using this quantifier very often. So many is used when we talk about plural and countable nouns. So far we discussed some and any. We discussed each and every. Both of them were being used for singular nouns. But many, on the other hand, is used for plural and also for countable nouns. Some and any were being used for uncountable nouns. But many is used for countable nouns. Let's look into an example. Many visitors have come to visit us since yesterday. So now, visitors is something that you can count, and also it is a plural noun. Another example, please check how many mangoes do we have in the kitchen. So now mangoes is a countable noun, also it's a plural noun, and hence it's appropriate to use many as a quantifier. So now many in both the examples is telling you something about the quantity or the amount of the noun that we are using in the sentence. Let's look into another type of quantifier, that is much. Much is used when we talk about uncountable nouns. So that is the major difference between many and much. Many is used for countable nouns, but much is used for uncountable nouns. An example, I have too much to eat this evening. So in this case, much is used as a quantifier when I'm unsure about the amount or the quantity I want to eat. Also when I have an uncountable noun. So in this case, eat, I don't know how much I want to eat, and hence I can use much. How much do you have? So it can be a talk about money, it can be talk about any other resource that I'm in need of, but I'm not sure about the quantity, and also I am talking about something that cannot be counted. Hence I can use much. Let's look into our fourth type, or I would say fifth type of quantifier, that is more. To show greater quantity and amount of noun. So here is your fun part, greater quantity. When you have something that you cannot count, you will use much. When you wanted to talk about something that you can count, you are using many. What if I want to show something greater quantity? It can be for countable, it can be for uncountable. An example, I have more rice in my kitchen. So rice is recognized as an uncountable noun, but I want to show an additional quantity of this noun, I can use more. Another example would be, you have to add more fruits in your diet. So now fruits is my countable noun, but I want to show an additional or the greater quantity or the amount for this noun, and hence I can use more. So please understand, all the quantifiers that we discussed so far, much, many or more, all of them play a similar role, but they have a very slight difference. So as we discussed, many is used for countable nouns, much is used for uncountable noun, but when I want to show more quantity or amount, I will be using more. Let's look into next type of quantifier, that is little. Little is used with singular uncountable noun. The entire trick with all the quantifiers lies between whether it's used for uncountable noun or countable noun, or whether it's used for plural noun or singular noun. So if you understand that difference, I think you will have a good command over quantifiers. So little in this case is used for singular and uncountable noun. I have little rice left. Rice is your uncountable noun and as well as a singular noun, and hence I can use little. So over here, little is used to show small amount of something. Again, I'm unsure about the quantity, but I'm sure that I want small amount of rice. Moving on, we have another quantifier, that is a little. A little, let's understand with an example. We have a little sugar left. So let's have another example at the same time using little in this place. So now I have two examples. We have a little sugar left. Another example is we have little sugar left. In both cases, we are using quantifiers little and a little. What is the difference between them? A little is used to show when we have some amount left, and it is always more than little. So when I said we have little sugar left, that means it was minimal. Something maybe, I cannot even quantify it. I cannot say some grams or something, but I can always understand that it is next to negligible. On the other hand, if I'm using a little, I'm talking about some amount. Now you come into the category of measuring it, and it's always more than little. Moving on, you have few as a quantifier. Few is used with plural countable noun. It's opposite of little. Little was being used for singular uncountable noun, but few is used for plural countable noun. Examples: my few friends have left the city. So I mean to say small number of friends. I mean to say maybe one, or maybe one is the least you can count, so I can say maybe one or two. But when we come to our next category, a few friends of mine have left the city. I mean to say some friends. It will be definitely more than one. So similarly, like little or a little is always more than little. Same way, a few will always be more than few. Little was to count when you have small amount. A little was to count when you have some amount. Same way, few when you have a little number to count. On the other hand, when you have a few, you have some number to be counted. Moving on, we have fewer, and you must have heard lesser as one of the quantifiers. So we'll be discussing lesser in the further slide. Let's understand fewer in this particular one. Fewer is used with plural countable nouns to show not as many. Example: I have fewer books left in the cupboard. So earlier I used to have some 100 books, but now I have come to the list of 10. So you want to show not as many as I used to have earlier. Less, on the other hand, is used with singular uncountable nouns to show not as much. An example: I have less milk left in my glass. So milk is a singular uncountable noun, and I want to show not as much, and hence I can use less. That's the difference between fewer and less. Fewer was used for plural countable noun, and it was showing not as many because I can count it. Less, on the other hand, is used for not as much. Another example: I want less ice cream. Ice cream is singular uncountable noun and hence it's appropriate to use less with ice cream. Please understand all the quantifiers are indicating to your noun as well as they tell you about the quantity or amount of the noun that we are discussing in the sentence. Moving on, we have no and not. They're very helpful when you want to show some negation or you want to deny something. For example, I have no money left, or this is not a suitable situation for your skin. So in both the sentences, you can look no and not are used to tell about denial. When you want to show that you want to deny this fact, you can use no and not. Moving ahead, we have our next type of quantifier, that is neither, or in some cases you might hear people saying it neither, and hence both are correct. So neither is used with singular countable nouns to show not one or the other. So when you have a choice to make, you want to show that I don't want this and at the same time I don't want this one either. So please understand, singular countable nouns are your identification tool for using neither. An example, neither friend came to my party. So in this case, I want to show friend, which was a singular, but it was a countable noun, and I want to show that not even a single friend came to my party. So I have shown that not one or the other. Neither of my parent came to visit me. My parent are singular countable nouns, and I'm showing that not even single parent, not even my mother nor my father came to my party. Moving on, you have either, which is exactly opposite to neither. Either are used with singular countable nouns, but they want to show one or the other. So in this case, you are positive about one case, but in the case with neither, you are denying both the cases. I will visit either India or Singapore. So I have a choice to make. I can visit India or I can visit Singapore, and hence I will be using either. I don't mind either food. So you give me coffee, you give me sandwich, I won't mind either, and hence either is more appropriate to use here. Moving on, you have both. Now let's talk about a situation when I give you a pen and a pencil, and I can say you can take them both. So in this case, you are positive about pen as well as pencil. But when we discussed about either, I was sure about one thing. It can be pen or it can be pencil, but not both together. When I was using neither, I was negative about pen and pencil both. I don't want pen, neither I want a pencil. So both is used with plural nouns, that is your first identification. Number 2 would be when you want to show two things or people. Example, I want both dresses. So dresses is your plural noun, as well as dresses is to show that I am talking about two things, two dresses. I will meet you both outside the class. Now I'm talking about two students, and hence it's a plural noun, and I'm talking about meeting them both together. Coming up, we have our next quantifier, that is all. All is used to show complete number or amount. So when I have 20 people in a classroom, I can say, all of you, please come out. So now, when I used all, I'm talking about the entire group of 20 people. I have used all the money. I had some 1,000 rupees. I've used all of them. She has all the information about this phone. So when you go to a market to buy a phone, you should have all the information about that phone. Only then you will be more confident to buy it. So please understand, all has to do something with complete number or amount. In this case, you cannot be unsure about the quantity or number because we are talking about the entire amount. Moving on, we have most, and I would say the simplest quantifier, and personally my favorite. Most is used with noun to show majority of. So there is no doubt between numbers. I can always say the majority of. If you have 20, give me 19. I jog most of the evenings. So there are chances that I may skip once or twice, but I'm jogging most of the evenings. Most of you are irritating. So if I have 5 friends, I can say out of them 4.5 are irritating. Moving on, we have enough. Enough is used to show when we have as much as we need. So if I have to shop and I have 100 rupees in my pocket, or in this case 1000 rupees in my pocket, I can say I have enough to buy the grocery. I have enough money for this month. I generally use 5,000 to spend in a month and I have 4.9, so I can say I have enough money for this month. Why do we need parts of speech? Or what is the purpose of parts of speech? Or how many types? Or what are the components of parts of speech? So to answer your first question, why? Parts of speech is important because parts of speech indicates the purpose of a word in a sentence. Please remember, in your day-to-day conversation or any meeting you are into or any discussion you are into, you always have a lot of words. These words are always arranged in a sequence, in a sentence. So to indicate the purpose of each word in a sentence, you need parts of speech. I hope this is clear because parts of speech will be a combination of different categories which will help you to understand the purpose of a word in a sentence. Let's move forward. Now, how many types of parts of speech do we have? In total, we have 8, but there is always a confusion with the 9th one, which is determiners. In order to understand determiners, please go to your different chapter, which is named as determiners. In this particular chapter, we are going to discuss the rest 8 parts of speech, which is noun, pronoun, verb, adverb, adjective, preposition, conjunctions, and interjections. So in this particular chapter, we are going to discuss each of them in detail. Let's get started with noun. Back in school, you must be remembering this definition of noun, which was noun is a name of a place, person, thing, etc. So any word that is a name of a place, a person, or a thing is recognized as noun. An example, Ram came. In this sentence, Ram is a name of a person who is performing an action of coming, so Ram is recognized as or is named as noun. Moving on, we have a different example, which is the Taj Mahal is in Agra. Taj Mahal is the name of a monument. As you can see, there is an etc. written over there. That means this list continues. It's a name of a place, person, or a thing. So Taj Mahal in this case is a name of a monument and hence we call it as a noun. How many types of noun do we have? So this list goes up to 8 to 10 types of noun, but in this particular chapter, we are going to discuss 5 important types of noun or 5 types of noun that are more important in your day-to-day life. Here is your list. In the list, we have proper nouns, then we have common nouns, collective noun, possessive noun, and compound noun. Don't worry, we will have a detailed discussion of each one of them in the upcoming slides. Proper noun comes first in your category. So proper noun, what do you think the name suggests? As the name suggests, it is something which is more specific. That's correct. So proper noun is name of one specific thing, place, or anything else apart from it. An example, Ram bought a new car. So in here, we are talking about a specific person whose name is Ram. So and hence, Ram is a proper noun. As I told you, it's always one specific thing, or a place, or a name, or anything. Always remember, rule number 2 would be, they always start with a capital letter. So this is much more easier to understand, right? You can always identify proper nouns if they are written in capital letter. Only the first letter. Example number 2, let's go to New York. Now in this sentence, we can see let's go to doesn't make much sense in terms of specificness But this word over here, New York, makes sense because it's a proper noun. It's a specific name of a city. That's correct. Moving on, we have common nouns. Again, I would ask you to think for a moment and understand what does the name suggest. Common. I hope you are on the right track because common noun is the name given in general to items. Now, there's a differentiation between a common noun and a proper noun. Proper noun was a name given to something specific. On the other hand, common noun is the name given in general to the items. And they are not usually capitalized. Until unless they are the first word of a sentence, they will not be capitalized. An example, would you like a chocolate? So in this case, we have a word named as chocolate, which is a name given to a sweet called as chocolate in general. So we are not specifying which chocolate do I need. Do I need dairy milk or I need a bourbon chocolate? I don't know that. That's why I have given a name a chocolate. And over here, if you see, C is not capitalized because it's a common noun. A different example, I will adopt a cat. I will adopt a cat. In this case, cat is a name given in general to all the cats that we have throughout the world. Moving on, we have our next type of noun, which is collective noun. I know your brains are working pretty well now. You must be already assuming collective means something that is in group. That's correct. So a name given to a group of things as one. You have a lot of things and you name all of them together as one identity, and that is your collective noun. Here is your example. We are a family. That's correct. Family is something which is a combination of your mom, your dad, your in-laws, your brother, sister, cousins, a lot of them all together. And that's correct. They all together are recognized as family. So family over here is your collective noun. Next, plane crew has announced to fasten the seat belt. In this case, this word over here is a combination or, constitute a lot of members. They can be your air hostesses, they can be your pilot, they can be your staff, crew members, everyone. And they all together recognized as crew. And hence, crew is your collective noun. We have our next category, that is possessive noun. As the name suggests, possessive means when I want to show a hold on something or I want to show this thing belongs to me. For example, if I own a car and my name is Ashwini, as you already know, so I can say this is my car. The other way of saying it is this is Ashwini's car. Now, I am sure you are familiar with all other words that are said in the sentence, but what about this Ashwini's car? Don't worry, we'll discuss right now. So possessive nouns shows the ownership of the noun. They show the hold of the noun. And we have to add an apostrophe. Just to make sure, if you know apostrophe, this is this symbol that we have in English grammar. I'm really sorry, I overwritten it, the sign. Or you have to add a S after this, or you have to add both. So that means in certain words, you will always have an S. All you have to do is put an apostrophe. In some cases, you have to put both. So let's discuss them. Ram's car. Just now I gave you an example with my name, Ashwini's car. In here, you have Ram's car. So this apostrophe S over here shows the possessiveness of the noun. Ram was your noun. If we add apostrophe S over there, it shows possessive noun. Another example would be egg's color. Now you must be thinking, why do I have put an apostrophe after S, not before S? So please remember, you have singular noun, you have plural noun. Ram was a singular noun, that's why I have put an apostrophe S. Eggs in general is a plural noun, so I have to put only an apostrophe. And next is your people's faces. Now these are another kind of plural, but they always have a singular word. People. People means a lot of person in there. but we recognize them as one identity, that is people. So in these cases, you have to put an apostrophe S, I mean both, an apostrophe and an S. So moving on, we have our last type of noun, that is compound nouns. And as the name suggests, compound means when you combine two things together. That's correct. Noun made by adding two or more nouns. Sounds interesting, right? When you add two or more nouns, they can sometimes be identified by a hyphen in between. This is your baby right here, a hyphen in between. Father-in-law, bus stop, haircut. So in first example, you have father-in-law and in was identified with an hyphen in both the places. Then comes your bus stop and then comes your haircut. So if you segregate this one, hair plus cut. Hair was one noun, cut was another noun, and when I combine them together, I got haircut, which is your compound nouns. That's correct. Okay, so let's move on to our next category of part of speech, which is pronoun. You must be thinking this has something to do with noun, right? Because the name of pronoun is a combination of pro plus noun. So that's correct. Pronoun always replaces noun in your paragraphs or in the next sentence. And for example, Ram went out. He had some work. So Ram was your noun, which was your proper noun. And when I wrote the second sentence, instead of writing Ram again, I wrote he. So he is a pronoun here. The Taj Mahal is in Agra. It is a beautiful monument. So when I have a lot of sentences coming up on the same topic, instead of repeating that name again and again, I can always use preposition. So in this second sentence, Taj Mahal was my main noun. In place of that, I have used it, which is a pronoun. So now let's understand how many types of pronoun do we have. Number 1, reflexive pronoun. Number 2, indefinite pronoun. Then comes your possessive pronoun and then relative pronoun. So let's understand reflexive pronoun in detail. I would always give you a suggestion that please understand the word properly or the name of the pronoun properly, and let's understand the definition then. So reflexive has something to do when it shows a reflection of the already used pronoun. For example, himself, herself, itself, yourself, yourselves, ourselves, themselves. So all these pronouns over here shows a connection. For example, he made the coffee himself. So instead of writing Ram made the coffee, I want to put more emphasis on the person who made the coffee. That's why I have used a pronoun named as himself or a reflexive pronoun. Another example, they will enjoy themselves in the movie. In this particular sentence, I want to put more emphasis. How are they going to enjoy in the movie? They will enjoy themselves in the movie. So they don't need much company. They themselves are going to take care of their enjoyment. So these words over here, himself, themselves, are known as reflexive pronoun. Now there is one more thing that you must be thinking, that in one case we have used self, self. In the other case I have used selves, selves. So this is nothing much to worry about. It just has to do with singular or plural. So he was a singular pronoun. That's why I have used himself. They is a combination of a lot of people in there. So that's why I have used a plural word, that is selves, themselves. Moving on, we have our next pronoun, that is indefinite pronoun. So indefinite, as the name suggests, when you are not sure about the identification of a person or the quantity, you will always use these kind of pronoun. They are few, all, each, one, everyone, someone, anything, both, some, much, none, etc. Etc. is to show that there are a lot of words which can be used as indefinite pronoun. So let's understand with a quick example. Someone came to meet you. I'm not sure who's at the door, so I can say someone. So someone over here plays the role of indefinite pronoun. Another example, both came out of the movie. So when I'm not sure, I don't want to mention the name of individual person, I can always say both, which shows two people came out of the movie. Moving on, we have our next type of pronoun, that is possessive pronoun. Possessive pronoun, you must be comparing with the possessive noun. And that's correct. When you want to show and hold over something, or when you want to show that this is my commodity, I can always use possessive pronoun. Examples are yours, mine, his, hers, theirs, my, its. Please remember this word over here, it doesn't hold an apostrophe because that would be it is. But this is its used together. Then you have her, your, our, their, etc. So let's take a quick example. Yours are the best dresses. So when I want to show that these dresses are yours and I want to address them all together, I can use yours, which is a possessive pronoun. His car is the best car in the town. Over here, his is showing a commodity acceptance, or it's showing that this thing belongs to me. So I'm going to use his car, and his over here is again your possessive pronoun. So guys, in this particular chapter, we are not giving you a lot of examples so that you can take a moment and think about each word and frame your own sentences. You can always come back and discuss with us in detail if your sentences are correct or not. But for now, let's focus on these two examples. Rest of them, please identify by yourself so that you upskill yourself. Moving on, we have our next type, that is relative pronoun. Relative pronoun is again that shows, this thing is mine, but in the other sense. So the examples would be whose, that, which, who, whom. Let's jump into the example. The dress that we saw yesterday was good. So I want to show a relation of an activity that we have done the other day. I can use a word that. The dress that we saw yesterday was good. So now I'm indicating to that dress, and hence these kind of words are known as relative pronoun. My friend who came yesterday has left. So now I want to show a relatability to my friend who came yesterday has left. So now I've used a word named as who, which is your relative pronoun. It is still giving an identification to your friend who came yesterday. Moving on, we have our next part of speech, that is verb. I know almost every one of you is aware of what a verb is or what is the purpose of verb. So let's understand it more clearly now. Verb tells us about actions or states of being. Actions or state of being. So these are two important things in order to understand verb, that they must be telling you something about an action that is happening in a sentence, or they must be telling about a feeling or emotion that you must be having at that moment. Ram climbed the tree. In this case, climb was your noun, was your verb, because it's telling about an action that is happening, that Ram is climbing the tree. I want to sing a song. You're doing an action of singing, so that is again your verb. Now let's move into how many types of verb do we have. So there are a lot of words that comes into these categories, but we have segregated them into three parts. Part number one would be helping verbs. As the name suggests, these words help your main verb. For example, can, could, have, be, been, etc. If I give you an example here, could you give me a pen? So in this case, could you is actually playing a role of asking a question, but also it is helping the act of giving and helping hand, and hence it is recognized as helping verb. Another example is, I could work with you. So in this case, could is actually helping your main verb work to complete the sense of the sentence. Moving on, we have our action verbs. As the name suggests, action verbs are those words which directly tells you what action a sentence is performing or what action a subject is performing in their sentence. climb, write, sing, etc. The list can go up to infinity, I assure you on that. So she climbed the tree. In here, climb is a main verb. Also, it's an action verb, and she is the subject who is performing this action of climbing. Moving on, we have our last type, that is your linking verbs. Linking verbs are often confused with your helping verbs, but they play an additional important role. Example is, was, waxed, seem, feels, etc. So linking verbs moreover tells you about the state of being in the sentence. For example is, Ram is happy. So instead of doing an action of being happy, they are telling you of state of being of Ram. Ram is happy. Moving on, we have our next type of part of speech, that is your adjective. Any memory from your childhood days of adjective that you have? If not, don't worry, we'll discuss that right away. Adjective modifies noun and pronoun. That's correct. So you have understood noun, you have understood pronoun, and adjective is something that will give more value to your noun or more value to your pronoun. Red roses were beautiful. If you remove red from here, the sentence would be the roses were beautiful. So roses were a noun and we came to know that they were beautiful. In order to modify it or in order to give more information about roses, I have added a word red. So red here performs an activity of an adjective. My friend is a bad guy. Let's remove bad from the sentence and understand it. My friend is a guy. I know it makes sense but little incomplete, right? So to give more information about the guy, I will add a word which is known as adjective, bad guy. Adjectives answers one of the following questions, and the questions would be which one, how many, whose, what kind. So if we go back into a previous slide, I said my friend is a bad guy. So the question that I can ask is what guy or what type of guy? So I can say bad guy. So please remember, always whenever you have a sentence, ask these questions and the answer that comes up will be your adjective. I bought a pen. In this particular case, this word over here tells you something about pen. But you also know these are your articles. So please remember, articles at time perform a role of an adjective as well. We are learning English grammar. Learning English grammar. So this word over here, English, is telling you about what kind of grammar are you learning. I'm learning English grammar. So this English here is your proper adjective. You know this word over here, proper, because you studied proper noun. And proper noun was the name given to a specific thing. And hence, this is proper adjective. North India is hotter. In this case, hotter is a superlative adjective because the sentence could be North India is hot, North India was hot, but in this case, I'm showing an higher degree, so I'm using hotter. Then you have both erasers are in the box. These are your quantitative adjective. They tells you about the quantity of the noun. Both erasers are in the box. So instead of writing erasers are in the box, I have given an additional information, both erasers. Last is your descriptive adjective. Apple juice was tasteless. I'm giving more information about the apple juice and in more detail, and hence we have used the word tasteless. That is your descriptive adjective. Moving on, the upcoming is adverbs. Adverbs is another kind of part of speech that you will understand, and it's really, really important. So adverbs qualifies your verbs, adjective, clause, or other adverbs in the sentence. When I say qualifies, it's actually mean modifies or give additional information about verb, adjective, other adverbs, or any other clause in the sentence. Don't worry about this word here, clause. To have more details on this, please visit your chapter number 2, that is sentence. In there, you will understand what are clauses. So now let's understand the sentence over here. The tiger ran faster. I can always say the tiger ran. But does that give you more information about how or what speed? No. So I've added a word here, faster. The tiger ran faster. So this faster word over here is actually giving you more information for run or your main verb. It tells you about how fast or how slow or what was the type of speed that this tiger was having. Another example would be, can you come quickly? So you can always say, can you come? But that doesn't, put more emphasis on the word, on the main verb, that is come. So that's why we have an additional word, adverb, which gives you more information that now you have to come real quick. Let's understand all these verbs, adjective, clause, and other adverbs. How does the adverb affects them in more detail? Adverbs answers one of the below questions: when, how, why, and where. So where did you ask me to come? Why did you ask me to come? How did you ask me to come? When did you ask me to come? Always ask these questions whenever you read a sentence, and the answer would be your adverb. As I said, let's discuss them in detail. Here is your example. He is driving very slowly. So in this case, if you notice, he is your subject, is driving is your main verb as well as helping verb, both is your helping verb, main verb is your driving, slowly is your adverb. So now you already have a word which tells you about the speed of the driving, but we have added an additional word in between that is again an adverb, very slowly. So as I said, adverb also modifies adverb. Slowly is being modified by very. Moving on, there is another example, they will come tomorrow. So they as your subject, will come is your main verb as well as helping verb, tomorrow. So this word is actually tell you about the act of coming. When is this activity happening? This activity is happening tomorrow. And hence we can clearly say that tomorrow, being an adverb, is giving more information about the main verb, that is come. Moving on, you have the last example. He is extremely angry. He being your subject is being your helping verb. Extremely, let's leave it aside, and angry is an act of being in anger. Over here, you can clearly understand that it modifies the adjective. Angry over here was telling you about he. How is he? He is angry. And I have given additional information, extremely angry, to show the proportion of being in anger. So hence, extremely over here is your adjective. Your chapter 2, you must have in detail understood what conjunctions are. Let's have a brief idea of conjunctions in this chapter. So conjunctions are the words which connect two sentences, two clauses together. They connect two or more words or clauses. Example would be, she wants an ice cream and an apple. If I break this sentence into two individual sentences, they would be, she wants an ice cream or she wants an apple. Now, since both the sentences have almost similar words, only the last word are changing, we can always combine them together. She wants an ice cream and an apple. Word here, and, is working as a conjunction. Another example, I went out to play, but it started raining. So I went out to play is one clause, it started raining is another clause, and I have joined them together with a word that is conjunction. But, as in the first example you have seen, she wants an ice cream was one clause and apple was another clause. I have added them together by the use of and. Now comes the question, how many types of conjunction do we have? So we have coordinating conjunction, we have subordinating conjunction, and then we have correlative conjunction. Let's understand them in detail. Coordinating conjunctions. What is your idea about coordinating conjunctions? So coordinating conjunctions has a list of words and they always combine two independent sentences or two independent clauses. So over here, if you look, he is good at singing is one independent clause. I again repeat, please visit your chapter number 2 named as sentence. In there you have a detailed description of clauses. And then come back to the slide again and understand coordinating conjunctions in more detail. So as I was saying, he is good at singing is your independent clause. He lacks practice is second independent clause. And when you merge them together, you have another sentence. That is your compound sentence. He is good at singing, but he lacks practice. So the words that help you to join two independent clauses are known as coordinating conjunctions. Now, how many types of coordinating conjunctions do we have? So here is your fun part. Please remember this word fanboys. F over here is for, A is for and, N is for nor, B is for but, O is for or, Y is for yet, and S is for so. Each word for, and, nor, but or yet and so are your coordinating conjunctions. Another example to help you understand coordinating conjunction. It was his birthday, so we went out for dinner. It was his birthday is one clause. We went out for dinner is second clause. Please notice, it was his birthday makes complete sense. We went out for dinner also makes sense. But what if we merge them together and find out a complete sentence? It was his birthday, so we went out for dinner. Over here, I have used another kind of coordinating conjunction, so. Now let's have a second type of conjunction, that is your subordinating conjunctions. As the name suggests, subordinate. That means one clause is dependent on other clause, and there we need these kind of conjunctions. A white bus. Subordinating conjunctions is a long list and we cannot remember all of them. So a simple trick would be either you remember a short white bus over here, although, whenever, however, if, though, even if, because, unless, since. So all these words over here that we just discussed are subordinating conjunctions. I know that these are a lot to remember. So please remember any conjunction that you find apart from fanboys are subordinating conjunctions. Okay. Moving on, let's take an example. We cancelled our dinner plan because it was raining. So in this case, we cancelled our dinner plan is one clause. It was raining was another clause. In this case, you can clearly see it was raining is somewhere dependent on we cancelled our dinner plan. And hence, we have used a word named as subordinating conjunction. Moving on, we have another example. Since you came an hour early, you have to wait for the teacher. You came an hour early doesn't make much sense, right? So this is an dependent clause. You have to wait for the teacher is your independent clause. So that's why I have added since with your dependent clause. Now together, this makes sense. Since you came an hour early, you have to wait for the teacher. So please remember, any conjunction that you find joining two sentences apart from fanboys are always subordinating conjunction. Moving on, we have a third kind of conjunction, that is correlative conjunctions. Correlative conjunctions is very regular in use and you are familiar with them. Either or, neither nor, both and, not only but also. So you must have seen a lot of sentences in which you have a choice to make and you say, give me either an apple or a banana. So now when I have a choice to make, I can use these kind of conjunctions either or, neither nor. Give me neither an apple nor a banana. Give me both apple and banana. Moving on, we have another upcoming types of part of speech, that is interjections. Interjections is... Moving on, we have our second last part of speech, that is interjections. Interjections are actually pretty interesting. They tells you about emotions, how you're feeling, what are your thoughts about something, what are your expression about something, and hence we should understand what interjections are. Interjections always expresses emotions and they are followed with an exclamation mark. This is your exclamation mark. So whenever you see at the end of the sentence an exclamation mark, you will always see interjections added to that sentence. These are your examples: hooray, wow, huh, ouch, alas, oh, ow. Alas, I failed in my exams. So over here, I have put a word, alas, to show my expression of sadness and an exclamation mark with that. Moving on, we have our preposition, or I would say the last part of speech that you have to discuss in this chapter. Preposition always tells you about the position or the time something is happening. Shows a relation of noun and pronoun with the other words in a sentence. So you will always have a sentence named as she is in the room, for example. So she was your noun over here, is your verb, the room is your object, and you have an additional word added here which is telling about the position of her or the position of she. Those words are recognized as preposition. Also, the other way to understand it would be, it tells you what is the relation of noun with the other part of the sentence. Example, she is in bathroom. Ram came out of the room. So Ram was your noun, came out of the room is showing you the position of Ram. Preposition also tells you when or where something is happening. For example, I will meet him at 5 p.m. At is showing you when something is happening. Keys are on the table. On is showing you what is the position of keys or where are the keys. So we can always categorize preposition into two parts. Place, which tells you where something is happening. Time, when something is happening. The list goes like this: in, on, at, across, through, over, to, from, etc. Guys, please remember, and this is an extra information that I'm giving you here, we have a separate chapter of prepositions in our course, so please visit that chapter for more details. In this particular, we are just giving you information about preposition so that we can make you clear about parts of speech. Another type of preposition would be time category, and here is your list: on, at, in, till, until, since, for. If you see here, in, on, and at and in are common in both the cases. They are also used with place, they're also used with time, but the usage is very different. So for that, please visit preposition chapter. Active voice is a sentence where the subject performs the action stated by the verb. Please repeat and understand it more clearly. The subject performs the action. Performs the action is the tricky part here, which is stated by the verb. I know it sounds pretty confusing, so don't worry. We have a structure for this sentence which will make it much more easier to understand. In this sentence, subject takes the first place in the sentence, verb comes next, and definitely the object goes at the end of the sentence. Let's understand with the simple example. She eats an apple. She is your subject here, eats is your verb, and apple is your object. So as the definition says, the subject is performing the action which is stated by the verb. She, being the subject, is performing an action of eating an apple. That's how your active voice works. The subject plays the main role in the sentence. It performs an activity over the object. Moving on, we have a second voice which is called as passive voice, and it's opposite to what we understood in the active voice. Over here, the subject is acted upon by the verb. Please note, subject is acted upon. It's not performing the action, but it is acted upon by the verb. Here comes your structure. Object takes the first place, verbs comes second, and subject goes at the end of the sentence. I know, it's exactly the reverse what we understood in the active voice. Here is your example. The apple is eaten by her. The apple is your object. Eaten is your verb. The is eaten is your entire verb, the helping verb and the main verb. Her is your subject. So in this sentence, her is the less important part, being the subject, and the action is eaten is much more important. I know you find a little difference in the sentence that the active voice was she eats an apple, but when we converted into passive voice, an apple is eaten by her. So if you notice here, by is a preposition that is added in the passive voice. That's correct. You always need a preposition to end a sentence in the passive voice. Don't worry, we have upcoming slides to make you understand it more clearly. How can we convert an active voice to a passive voice? Before that, let's discuss few cases where passive voice seems to be much more important than active voice. Case number 1, when your subject is missing. The trick here is missing. That means we don't need the subject in the sentence to convey our message. Example, letter is written. What do you think would be the complete form of this sentence if I try to add a subject? Letter is written by her. Letter is written by them. Letter is written by him. You can use any pronoun over there to make the sentence looks complete. But don't worry, this sentence without the subject is also complete, and that's how it is recognized as passive voice. Case number 2 is when subject is given less importance. That means we will have a subject in the sentence, but it will be given less importance. An example, the rat is chased by the cat. So the rat over here is your object, is chased is your verb or the action performed in the sentence. The cat is your subject. So in this particular sentence, I'm more concerned of what is happening to the rat rather than who is doing the chasing part or what the cat is doing in the sentence. That's how passive voice comes into picture. This is an interesting fact that everyday conversation that we have is done in active voice. But still, when you read a passage or when you convey a message in which you want to show less importance to the subject, you will need a passive voice. Moving on, we have our case number 3, when we don't want to mention the subject at all. That's correct. We will be having a subject, we will be having less importance to a subject, but what about the case when I don't want to mention the subject at all, even if I know what the subject is? Here is your example. The rat is chased and it fell in the well and died. I know that's a sad story, right? The other form of the sentence would be, the rat is chased by the cat and it fell in the well and died. Let's compare both the sentences and let's understand why have we skipped by the cat or the subject in the first sentence. So remember, in the first sentence, I was much more concerned of what happened to the rat or how did the rat died. I was not concerned what was happening to the rat in the past, but I was much more concerned to how did the rat died. That's why I have skipped by the cat entirely from the sentence and said the rat is chased and it fell in the well and died. That's all. Moving on, let's focus on the cases which we were referring in our first 2 slides. How can we convert an active to a passive voice? She eats apple is the active voice. Take a second and write down what will be the passive voice of this particular sentence. If this is your answer, then it's correct. The apple is eaten by her. So we have taken the object to the first place. Is eaten was the verb. It has taken the second place. Her was your subject, comes at the end, and we have a preposition named as by. Let's understand what rules did we follow over here. Rule number 1 was the third form of the main verb is used along with an auxiliary verb. Very interesting fact and very important fact to convert an active voice to a passive voice. She eats apple was written in present tense, or you can say simple present tense. When I converted the sentence to passive voice, I have used the third form of the main verb and an auxiliary verb is added to the main verb. Rule number 2, we have used by before the subject. By is a preposition here which is always used before the subject. Please note that you cannot place by anywhere else apart from a place which is before the subject. Now let's discuss the cases where we have to use preposition with and to in place of by in your passive voice. Here is an example. She knows him. She is your subject. Knows is your main verb or the action performed, and it's always written in simple present tense. Him over here is your object. Let's take a second and try to convert it into passive voice. So the possible answers that you must be getting is he is known by her. That's what we discussed in our previous slides. But there is a tricky part. In this case, you cannot use by her. You have to use known to her. Known is an activity that happens to a person rather than happening by a person. So the correct form would be he is known to her. Let's take one more example. Water fills the glass. In this particular case, fills is your main verb. So let's try to convert it into the third form, filled. So the conversion would be, I guess most of us would be assuming right now, the glass is filled by water. If that's your answer, I would say it's incorrect because the correct form would be the glass is filled with water. It's a necessary or a compulsion kind of thing where you cannot use a preposition by, you have to use a preposition with or preposition to in this case. Before we understand how many types of speech do we have, we need to understand why do we need speech. That's correct. To convey a message from one person to another, we need a medium, and that medium is recognized as speech. So we have two types of speech. Type number 1, direct speech. Type number 2, indirect speech. Direct speech, as the name suggests, signifies when you convey the message in the actual words of the speaker. Let's understand with an example here. Ram says, I am not happy. In this case, Ram is a speaker. I am not happy are the actual words of the speaker. A direct speech is always identified with two punctuation marks, a comma and a quotation mark. Please remember, whenever you see punctuation marks, a comma and an inverted comma side by side, it's always a direct speech. Moving on, we have an indirect speech. When you convey the message of the speaker in your own words without changing the meaning, that is recognized as indirect speech. 3 important parts or 3 important facts that you should remember about indirect speech would be, you can convey the message, you can use your own words, but don't change the meaning of what the actual speaker has said. Let's understand with an example again. Ram says that he is not happy. Ram is a speaker, but now you are conveying his message with your own words, he is not happy, but still the actual meaning comes out, Ram was not happy. We will be understanding in more details how can we convert a direct speech to an indirect speech, but before that, let's understand few components of a direct speech. In the same sentence, Ram says, I am not happy, we have 2 parts, a reported part and a reporting part. So the part number 1, which is doing the purpose of reporting, is called as reporting clause. A part number 2, which is the reported sentence, is reported clause. I know it's a bit tricky here But please remember that we have two components. One is the sentence and one is the process. So the first part will be reporting clause, and it has a reporting verb, that is says, and you have a reported verb which is taken from reported clause. Moving on, we have the whole process or the whole list of rules that we need to understand in order to convert a direct speech to an indirect speech. Rule number 1. I know you must have identified this. When you add a connector that in the sentence, Ram said I am not happy was a direct speech, and in order to put this connector, I need to remove these punctuation marks, and the sentence would become Ram said that he was not happy. Please forget about he was not happy as of now and focus on the connector part. So, to remove a comma and a quotation mark will be replaced with that. Moving on to our rule number 2, change in the pronoun of reported speech. So, if you remember from the previous slide, reported speech was the second part of the sentence. Let's take the same example. Ram said, I am not happy. In this sentence, I here is your subject, which is doing the work of not being happy. This particular subject from the direct speech will be converted to he in the indirect speech. So Ram said that was the first part. He is the pronoun which is taking the place of I. Again, I would say please forget about the rest of the part because we will be covering them in the upcoming slides. So till now, if you remember, we have discussed two rules, adding a connector and changing the pronoun. Moving on with the rule number 3, change in the tense of reported speech. Yes, you're right. This is the part where you're going to understand why have we used was in place of is. Taking the same example, Ram said, I am not happy. And the indirect version would be, Ram said that he was not happy. Please remember, an indirect speech is always when you convey the message of the speaker to somebody else. So now the activity of what speaker was saying is the activity of past. So everything has to be converted to the past form. So simple present I am will be converted to simple past he was. I hope this is clear. Very well. Moving on, here is another example. Ram says, I am not happy. Indirect speech would be, Ram says that he is not happy. You must be wondering why we have not written he was not happy. Please remember, if in the reporting clause you have present tense, the reported verb will remain present tense. That's correct. Says is your reporting verb, it's in present tense. Am is your reported verb, will also remain in present tense. The same rule applies with future tense. I will not be happy will remain as he will not be happy. So remember, if you have present tense in your reporting verb or future tense in your reported verb, they will always be remaining same in the indirect speech. Moving on with our rule number 4, change in the time of reported speech. So let's take a different example this time. Ram said, I am meeting my friend today. In this case, we have our time. We are talking about today. In the reporting, in the indirect speech, this will be converted to Ram said that he was meeting his friend that day. Please remember, today is converted to that day. I repeat, today will be converted to that day. So we have a long list coming up. How can you change tomorrow, yesterday, now, then, all these words to their indirect versions? Tomorrow will be becoming next day. Yesterday will become previous day. That's correct. Tonight will become that night. Today will become that day. These will become those. Here will become there. And last but not the least, now will take the place of then. That's correct. Please remember all these lists. Please remember every word that we have discussed just now, that in order to change a speech from direct to an indirect speech, you should be remembering all these conversions. Tomorrow to next day, now to then. Let's continue. Oh, we have one more word here. This will become that. Moving on, let's take a quick revision of all the rules that we have discussed just now. Ram said, I am meeting my friend. Please take a moment, convert this sentence to an indirect speech, and let's see if we understood all the rules properly. Let's get started. Rule number 1, connect to that. So the punctuation marks will automatically take the place of that. Rule number 2, conversion of noun to its pronoun, he. Rule number 3, present tense will become past tense, was meeting. My friend will remain same. My will take the place of another pronoun which is his, friend will remain the same, and today will get converted to that day. So we have covered all the rules in the single sentence. That he was meeting his that day. Rule number 1, rule number 2, rule number 3, and rule number 4. Moving on, we have few more changes that comes up when you convert a direct speech to indirect speech. Let's understand them in detail. So if you have noticed, we have discussed a case of simple present changing to simple past. Let's understand with a different example. Ram said, I cook every day. In this sentence, if you notice, cook is in the simple present tense. What will be the conversion to an indirect speech? Ram said that he cooked every day. Cook, which was simple present, is converted to cooked, which is simple past. Remember, you can do this conversion only if you have said in the reporting clause. Moving on with our rule 2. If you have a sentence already in the past form, please convert it to the immediate past, that is past perfect. Here is an example of a direct speech. Please convert it into your indirect speech. Ram said that he had cooked every day. So had cooked is an identification of past perfect. Moving on, present perfect will get converted to past perfect. Let's understand with a quick example again. Ram said, I have cooked every day. The conversion would be, Ram said that he had cooked every day. So have cooked will get converted to had cooked. Again, present continuous will get converted to past continuous. Understand with an example. Ram said, I am cooking will get converted to he was cooking every day. Again, past continuous will get converted to past perfect continuous. Ram said, I was cooking every day will get converted to he had been cooking every day. Now, past continuous, which was already a past tense, is converted to the immediate past, which is past perfect continuous. So, was cooking is changed to had been cooking. Moving on, let's discuss with some of our future forms. You have gone through this in your tenses chapter that will, is going to are some of the forms of saying something in future tense. So what if we have a direct speech using will to be converted to an indirect speech? Ram said that he would cook every day. Will take a form of would only if you have said in your reporting verb. Please remember this. This is your identification. Until and unless we have past tense in your reporting verb, you cannot change your tenses in your reported verb. Moving on, we have going to form of future form. Here is an example. Ram said, I am going to cook every day. The conversion would be, Ram said that he is going to cook every day. So in this case, you must be wondering, why has she not converted am to was? Because if you look in the title here, we have present and past continuous form. So future is changed to an immediate past, which is present tense, or to the next immediate, which is past continuous. So this is the form number 1, is going to, And the form number 2 would be was going to. So let's be very much clear here. Am going to can be converted to is going to or was going to at the same time. There are other forms of sentences that we should not neglect. So let's discuss them as well. Type number 1, imperative sentences. When you have a direct statement coming up, or it's a kind of an order that is given, it's a kind of a request that is done, you have imperative sentences to help you out. Ram said to me, close the window. Of course, it's not a very direct statement, but it's kind of an order. So you need to change it. Ram requested me or Ram ordered me to close the window. Considering the tone of the speaker, you can use requested to or you can use ordered to close the window. So there are other words that can replace requested to: suggested, requested, ordered, advised, asked, or urged. Any word can be used in order to make an imperative sentence. Moving on, you have another type, which is interrogative sentences. As the name suggests, these sentences deal with questionnaires. So you have different forms. Form number 1, Ram said to me, have you prepared food? In this case, the answer would be yes or no, nothing else. So the conversion would be, if I had prepared food. Please remember, have will get converted to had prepared and a connector will be replaced with an if here. So you need not use that in this particular case. You can replace it with if. And in the first part, if you look, said is converted to asked. Type number 2 of an interrogative sentence is when you have a question which requires a specific answer. It can be time, it can be place, it can be yes or no. So we have a statement here. Ram said to him, when do you study? So the indirect speech would be Ram asked him, of course, when did he study? Do you will get converted to did he and when will remain the same. So in this particular case, you don't need that and you don't need if. You can always work with a when here. Moving on, other part of an interrogative sentence, will you go to movie? So this can require a yes or no answer, but still we have used a form named as will. In the first component, we have studied have. In the second part, we have used a WH word. In this case, we are using will. So the conversion would be Ram asked him if he would go to the movie. So of course, will get converted to would, you get converted to he, and if is used as a connector. I know there's a lot of information that has come up to you regarding imperative sentences, interrogative sentences, simple past, simple present, past perfect continuous, but they all follow the same rule. Change the reporting or the reported clause to the past form or the immediate past form. That's it. Moving on, we have our last type of exclamatory sentences coming up, where you have a sentence, Ram said, wow, what a beautiful day this is. Ram exclaimed that day was beautiful. So now this is not a question. What a beautiful day this is not a question. It's a gesture or it's a surprise or an excitement that you are showing regarding a day. Wow is an identification here of an exclamatory sentence. So in order to convert an exclamatory direct speech, you have to use exclaim that, and you will make the sentence remain in the past form. That day was beautiful. Moving on, we have our modal verbs coming up. Ram said, I can sing. What would be the indirect speech? Ram said that he could sing. That's correct. Another time, Ram said, I must sing every day, will get converted to he had to sing every day. So please focus. We have discussed this in detail in our preposition chapter as well. I'm repeating it again. Must was a compulsion. So the past form will get to had to. So now had to is a compulsion that this person has to sing or had to sing every day.
I'm going to ask you a few questions. The question is, are these sentences correct? Number 1, I could throw the stick 10 feet yesterday. Okay, remember this one. It's going to stay on the screen, but still. Second one, how many chocolates could you get? Number 3, there can be a seminar next week. And number 4, we can go running tomorrow. Now, some of you might be thinking, yeah, 1 or 2 are correct, or maybe 4 of them are correct. Answer is 4 of them are incorrect. For your surprise, we're going to see in the whole chapter why they are incorrect and how can we correct them, both things. Now let's get to topic, what we're going to study today, which is can and could. Most of you have asked us in the comments, can we talk about can and could, may and might, shall, should? These are all called modal auxiliary verbs, or also called modal verbs, modals, or modal auxiliaries. All of the names are correct according to Cambridge. So you can say anything to them, that's fine. And there are 10 of them. They are can, could, may, might, will, would, shall, should, must, and ought to. And today's task is to talk about can and could. So let's begin with just can. Right, can is used in various situations. So we have tried to figure out that if we talk about each situation in detail, you will remember them with example. The first one is talking about ability. Let's see some sentences to understand it. I can read English, but I can't speak it. It's my ability to read. That's what can is used for. Second one is cats can't bark like dogs. Remember, can't can also be pronounced as can't because of British English and American English. The third one, can this chair fold? So here in this first one I'm talking about my ability as a person. Second, we are talking about cat's ability or inability, they can't do it. And last one about chair's ability, that they can't fold or can fold. Alright, second where we can use can is for common or typical things that happen in everyday life. First one, Delhi can be very cold in December. So if you want to talk about something that happens occasionally, or let's say every time that time comes in, that is when we use can. Delhi can be very cold in December, and you know it's true, right? She can be happy just by talking to me. Another sentence, this is common because I know her or I know him. Okay? People can be influenced by you. So this is common for you as a person, let's say, then we can use can as well. Now number 3, possible at some moment. There might be certain situations that it is possible, not always. So you can use can for that purpose. Let me show you some examples for you to understand it. We can go for dinner tonight. So that means only for tonight it is possible. That's why we use can. We can go for dinner tonight. Next one, I can't come to meet you today. You see, it is just about today I can't come. Maybe it's possible I might come. Right, in there I didn't say can, I said I might. So here, I can't come to meet you today. Only for today, I can't. Last one, we can try asking him for money. So only for this situation when we are stuck, we can ask him for money. So we use can in this situation. The fourth one, or the fourth place where we can use can, is ask and give permission. Ask for and give permission. Let's see some example. Can I ask you something? Yes, you can. See, we have tried to make it easier for you by providing both of them in one go itself. First one, can I ask you something, is asking for permission. And second one, yes you can, is giving permission. Second example, can I have more wine? No, you can't. So negative, positive, both are possible in using can. Asking permission, giving permission. I hope this is clear. Fifth one is offering something, or you offer them something. Can I help you? You offered help. Second one, I can write the essay for you. You offered the person that you can write the essay for them. I can write the essay for you. And last, we can bring the food when coming. That means you offered them food when you're coming to the place. Okay, this is offer. You can use can for offer. Number 6 is orders. This is a little bit impolite or informal. Please use it when you are with your close ones, or at least close friends. The first one is, can you put it down? So let's say you're holding their most important phone or something. You ask them, can you put it down? Second, Can you not do that? You're annoyed by something. So you ask someone, or you order them. Can you not do that? And last one, can we leave now? Let's say you're in a party, you're getting bored. You ask them, can we leave now? Or in a theater, you just hated the movie. You ask this question. All of these are orders, remember. Seventh is a little bit tricky. These are the verbs that are connected to your senses, and hence we cannot use them in present continuous tense when we use ing. We use can instead of it, or just directly the verb. An example, I can see him running. Right, here we cannot say I am seeing him running or her running. It's incorrect because, see, these are the senses, see, hear, smell, taste. We cannot do that. We cannot use ing. All we can use is can. I can see him running. You might think that this is not continuous, but it is continuous, though we are using can. Second, I can hear the knock. There's someone at the door. He or she is knocking. That means it is continuous happening, Then still we are not using I am hearing the knock. I can hear the knock, or I hear the knock. And the last one, can you taste the ginger in the food? It's so good. So can you taste the ginger? Again, we didn't say, are you tasting the ginger? We say, can you taste the ginger? Okay. Now, what we can't do with can is talk about chances. Remember, initially I told you few of the sentences are incorrect. Number 3 and number 4 were incorrect. Let's see the first one. There can be a seminar next week. It's incorrect. The reason is, and the second one we'll also see together, we can go running tomorrow. Both of them are incorrect because they're talking about chances. There's a probability, there's a chance, which is not possible here. So in that case, we're going to use, there may be a seminar next week. Or there might be a seminar next week. May and might will be discussed in another class, but both are correct. Cannot be used in this case because they are chances. Second one, we may go running tomorrow. It's possible, but cannot be used in this situation. All right, that was your can, and we're gonna just rewind it quickly that it is used for ability, common or typical things that might be happening with you, possible at some moment, that is certain time, asking and giving permission, offers, orders, certain verbs because they are connected with your senses, and finally you cannot use can for chances. Moving on, we're gonna talk about.
1 second. सारा फोकस तुम पे ले रहा है, वो भी दिख रहे हैं, but तुम ज़्यादा clear दिख रहे हो comparative to text.
That's fine.
It's okay.
Now we're gonna talk about could. We have already finished about can. Could is actually very interesting, in my opinion, more interesting than can. So let's continue. The first thing is ability in the past. Can was used for ability, but not in the past. An example, I could read English when I was 5. It was possible for me to read English when I was 5. It might be or might not be possible now. So we use could for past abilities. My father could run 10 kilometers in a go. Now it might be not possible for him. But earlier it was, so we say my father could run 10 kilometers in a go. In a go means in one run. 2 years ago I could code. I was a good coder, let's say 2 years ago, but not now. So I say 2 years ago I could code, but I can't do it now. Right. Second one is polite version of can. If you want to be polite to someone, use could. Let me show you an example. We could go running tomorrow. We cannot say we can go, but we could go running tomorrow is like politely saying it is possible. When you're here, we could talk. You don't want to shout at them. You don't want to have a fight on phone. You just say, when you're here, we could talk. It's a polite version of can. You could get a better offer soon. So just to make other person feel better that, there's something wrong going on with this job, you can get a better offer. Instead of that, you can say you could get a better offer. This gives them console. So this is polite version of can. Number 3, you can, but you didn't try. This is interesting. You were able to do something, but you didn't try. That's why we use could. An example, I could have married anytime I wanted. That means it is possible, or it was possible for me to marry, but I didn't. So it was possible, but didn't try or didn't do it. Second one, I could have won if I hadn't fallen. You were in a race or you won anything. You just fell, and that's why this happened. You could win. It is possible for you to do that, but you didn't. Now, remember, in this case, you have to use could have, not just could. Always could have. And because of the have, you have to use past participle, that you have to use married and won. Okay. Number 4 is criticize. You can use could have to criticize someone. Let's see, how do we criticize using could have? Number 1, you could have helped me. I was stuck in a situation, you didn't help me. You could have helped me. This is like criticizing or telling someone you did something wrong. Next, you could have told me about that. Something, in, let's say, today I didn't have to come to class and you didn't call me that there's no class. You could have told me about that. So could have is used to criticize someone. All right, next one. Permission. That is a little bit polite version than can. We can give and offer, take permission. Could I ask you something? Is permission, of course. So we have a polite version of can. Could you come to pick me up? Because see, this is what we're asking for ourselves. That's why we have to use could. The next thing you can use with could is requests. Request as in, could you lend me some money? This is a request that you are asking someone. You're not ordering. The polite version of order is called request. Right. Do you think you could help me? Because it's for you. You always request them. You can't order them. Remember, polite version of order is request. Now, this is something more interesting. Could can be used for indirect speech of the same sentence. Same situation, you have to use could. Can you help me is direct speech. But I asked if you could help me is indirect speech. When the subject is not important, the object is important. Direct and indirect are being discussed in the grammar playlist or in the whole session in the playlist of spoken English. You can get it. But for now, let's understand for indirect speech, we use could. Great. What we cannot do with could is we cannot use it for past sometime. Remember I told you for can, it is for present, but for past we use could. But certain spaces we cannot. Remember this first and second sentence initially? We said, I could throw the stick 10 feet yesterday. Something that happened in the past just once, we cannot use could. Same thing. How many chocolates could you get? There was some, just once that happened. For if it happens once in the past, we cannot say could. For that, what we have to say is, I managed to throw. Okay. Or you can say, were you able to? You able to and managed to. These are the words you can use in this situation rather than could, because it happened once in the past, not every time. It was not a habit or a manner kind of thing. And the next one is a revision of your could. Ability in the past, polite version of can. You can, but you couldn't try. That means you had the ability, but you didn't try. Criticize someone or saying something bad about someone. Permission, request, indirect speech. This is also interesting. And you cannot use it for past because it happened just once. Alright, that was your can and could and the modal auxiliary verbs. We're going to talk about may and might, which are also called modal auxiliary verbs. For them, we have total 4 names. The first one, modal auxiliary verbs. Second one, modal verbs, modals, or modal auxiliaries. You can call them anything you want. Now there are total 10 of them. Let me show you all of them. Can, could, may, might, will, would, shall, should, must, ought to. Among these, we have already finished can, could. Today we're gonna finish may, might. In the coming video, it should be will, would, shall, should, must, and ought to will go together. So let's get started with may. May is used for chances, for future and present. Now let me show you an example to make it clear to you. The first one is, we may go hiking today. There's no guarantee that we will, definitely will, but we may. There's a chance. Second one, you may be right about this. There's no guarantee again that you're right, but the chances are that you are right. But if you want to create higher chances, if you want to make it even more sure, you say, you may well be right about this. That means chances are even higher. So well is added to show higher chances. Next one is contrasting ideas. If you want to show contrasting ideas, which are a good thing to do when you are exaggerating things, you should use may. Let me show you an example. He may be strong, but he won't win. That means he is strong, but the chances are that he's not going to win. So may is showing that he may be strong, but no winning. Strong and win, opposite. Not winning and strong are opposite qualities. Second one, you may be my superior, but that doesn't mean you're better than me. So what does it mean here? Superior equal to better than me. But because we use may, it shows that opposite ideas. But remember, when you use such sentences, please use along with may, but. But shows opposite sentence. Third one is nothing better. This is really interesting. When you have nothing better to do something else. So, there's no one here. We may as well go home. It's always with as well. So when you say, there's no one here, there's no one left in the party, we may as well go home. It is too late. We may as well have something to eat. So it is too late. There's nothing left. You should eat now. So may as well shows that there's nothing better. Eating is the best idea right now. Fourth is permission in the first person. First person is I and we. Let me show you an example. May I come in? So this is a permission, but for I, not for anything else. May we leave now? This is permission, right? They're asking. So we and I are first person. If you ask for second person, you, may you leave now doesn't make any sense. Could you leave now makes sense, right? In this case, please don't use may in the case of second person or third person, which is they, right? Or him or his. Better use I and we along with may. Now the fifth one is not for asking about chance. Remember, initially in the first one, we said it is used for chances. But for asking about chances, may doesn't make any sense. An example, may you go shopping today? Not a good sentence. But if you want to use for similar sentence, you use likely to. Are you likely to go shopping today? You see that it is making sense now. One more thing, if you use it indirect way or indirect sentence, you can still use may. Do you think you may go shopping? Here, again, we asked about chances, but indirect sentence. So, let's make it clear. Asking about chances, but in a direct way, may cannot be used. For that, you use likely to. But in the case of indirect way, you can ask them, do you think you may go shopping? Makes sense. You can see yourself, sentence, first one doesn't make any sense. Second one and third one are making sense. So these are the things that you should understand about may. The first one about chances, second contrasting ideas, nothing better, permission, and not for asking about chances. Yes, you can ask about chances, but in indirect way. So the next one is might. Now might is considered the past of may, but there are other things might can do. Let's start with the first one. Smaller chance. So may is like 50% chance. I may go to Pune today. It's like 50%. I have given an approximate value to show you difference between may and might. But might means almost 30%, lesser than may. He might come with us. This is lesser than may. Chances are low that he might, but he will. Now, second one is conditional meaning. Now, conditional meanings mean there's a condition, then only then the other one follows. Example, if you rest for an hour, you might feel better. So the first condition is that you rest for an hour. Second one, it might happen, right? So if you rest for an hour, you might feel better. Second one, don't play with the fire. You might burn yourself. So this is like first condition, second condition. In the second condition, you use might. Okay? Then we have indirect speech. For direct speech, you use may. I may go to Goa. But if you want to say this same thing in indirect speech, you use might. And somebody asks, excuse me, I didn't hear you. I said I might go to Goa. So this is indirect. First you use about you and then you talk about Goa. Here directly about Goa. So I may go to Goa is the direct speech. Excuse me, somebody said or didn't hear, or somebody joined and then you said again. I said I might go to Goa. So direct, indirect. Alright, next one. Possible but didn't happen. This is I think my most favorite. I said my favorite here. So something that was possible previously but didn't happen. Why did you do that? You might have killed yourself. So that was possible that you might die there, but you didn't do it. Right. Second one. If you hadn't been so annoying, I might have dated you. That means there was chance of dating, but because you did something, that's happened. Though it didn't happen, dating didn't happen because of something else. So it was possible, didn't happen. And in that case, you use might. These sentences will make the concept clear for you. Permission. I wonder if I might have a little more wine. This is like asking for permission in a formal way. Now remember, this thing sounds more natural when you use a question. Might I have a little more wine? You might have heard this sentence many times in movies or in real life. This is not incorrect, but this sounds a little bit weird. But it's not incorrect. Okay? Now, this is also an interesting one when something is true but makes no difference. Okay? There's no difference in the concept, but it is true. First one. She might be nice, but she didn't win. Same as may. This is true, but doesn't make any sense. He might be talented, but he failed. Makes no difference to the main concept, the main output. Doesn't matter what he or she is. Last one. In this case, you have to use although, or let's say these are denoting although, though, or even if. I mean, if you want, you can replace might in this case. Although he is strong, he didn't win. Although he is talented, he failed. In this case, you can replace might with although, though, and even if. Okay. Number 7, criticize. This is what we are doing, right, all the time. This first one, you might ask before you take the car or take my car. So somebody took your car without your permission, you criticize them. You might ask before you take the car. He might have told me that he was going to be late. So somebody is late, you're angry or mad at them, you're calling them, they're not picking the call. In that case, you should use might have. He might have told me that he was going to be late. Now remember, might have is used for past form. This is already past. This is present. You might ask. That means every time you have to take my car, you ask. Okay? So this is the summary of might. Smaller chance, conditional meaning, indirect speech, possible but didn't happen, permission, true but makes no sense, and to criticize. I hope the might and may are clear to you. These modal verbs, I understand, are a little bit annoying and a little bit confusing. I'm trying my best to make it clear to you. If you like the video, give us a thumbs up. And if you have not yet subscribed, please do that now because more is coming. Have a nice time. Goodbye. Will. Now, will is used as future auxiliary. What does it mean by future auxiliary? You can create a sentence for future tense, for anything simple or perfect. I will be happy when my exams are over. Future tense. Second one, this time tomorrow I'll be at home. So this is like for future again. She will have finished the project by this evening. Now you see here what we are talking about. This is a perfect tense. This is a present tense. Everywhere you have to use will. It's just have is added in this case. That is perfect tense. Certainty or confidence. That means you're sure about it. You use will. Let me show you an example. I'm sure you will understand this. See, again we use will for being sure. Tomorrow will be a pleasant day. That you're sure about because today was a bad day, so tomorrow will be a pleasant day. There's someone at the door. That will be my brother. You know for sure that he will be your brother. That's why you use will here. Look at this carefully. It's a shortened form of will that's called that'll. So you don't say that will, they say that'll. So you shorten it. You don't say that will, but that'll. All right. Number 3 is giving orders or asking for something, that is request. Will you be quiet? This is kind of an order, the way you say it, also a request. Come with me, will you? Definitely a request. Number 4, wishes. What will you have? This is like you're asking someone for their wish. Second example, what will you drink tonight? So again, you're asking for someone's wish, what they will have tonight. Number 5 is willingness and their decision. So it says, example will make it clear about willingness. can you help me? Somebody asks you this question and you say, I will. This is your willingness. That is, you're sure going to help them. All right. Number 6, will versus want for wishes. Remember, previous slide we talked about wishes. Now there are 2 ways to talk about wish: want and will. Remember, will is an action word. If you say I will, that means you're going to do it. Right. For an example, will you open the door? Right. Second one, want are like thoughts. That means they're just going to be in imagination. Do you want me to open the door? It's like, it's not sure. I want to be healthy. It's like your wish to be healthy, but you're not going to do anything for that. I will be healthy means you're going to do something right now. You're going to go to gym. So this is the difference between want and will. So these are the things that we talked about for will: future auxiliary, certainty or confidence, orders or request, wishes, willingness and decisions, and will versus want for wishes. All right. So we're going to jump to the next one. Would. Now, would is the polite version of will. We talked about will, so we're going to see an example of that as well. Will you open the door? Is a little bit informal. To make it formal, what you do is add a would here and a please here. So think of a sentence. When you add would, definitely please will be there. Would you please open the door? It becomes formal and polite. So would is a polite version of will. Second one, past action which didn't take place. All right, you talked about something but didn't take place. He met the woman whom he would date in the future. Now he met someone, but he didn't date the person at that time. He dated the person later. So that's why it didn't happen at that time, but that happened in the future. You use would. Okay, again, he met the woman whom he would date in the future. Next one, past of will. Very simple, is would. I wish he wouldn't take me for granted a few months ago. That means you wished at that time that he wouldn't take you for granted. Otherwise, definitely the result was bad. That's why the sentence came into being. I wish he wouldn't take me for granted a few months ago. Fourth, indirect speech. So for direct speech, what we do is we take will in use. Tomorrow the weather will be fine. This is direct speech. For indirect speech, what do we do? The weather experts said that tomorrow the weather would be fine. Here, the weather experts are important rather than the main thing, the weather. This is called indirect speech. All right. Typical behavior in the past. So somebody behaved same way in the past. You use would for that. When I was a child, my dad would bring me a cola every day. Right. So there's something that used to happen every day. In the past, you use would for that. When I was a child, my dad would bring me a cola every day. When he was old, he would lie on that bed. So this was typical behavior of someone in the past. You use would. Conditional. So let's see an example. I would tell you the truth if you calm down. So there's a condition. If you calm down is a condition, the output will be I'll tell you something. So I would tell you something if you calm down. We would go out if we could collect enough money. So collecting money, if we could do that, we would do this. So we would go out if we could collect enough money. So these are the things we understood in would. The first one was polite version of will, past action which didn't take place, past of will, indirect speech, typical behavior in the past, and conditional sentences. I hope you understood will and would, which are also called modal auxiliary verbs. If you have any doubt, please write in the comments.
So we have collected 10 mistakes and we're going to discuss them each in detail. So let's get started. Our mistake number 1 is the usage of there and there. They sound similar, but their spelling is different. So let's focus on the spelling. There is T-H-E-I-R and there is T-H-E-R-E. Make your guesses. Let me know what is your understanding of there and there. So there is used for people. On the other hand, there is used for places. So whenever you want to make a reference to a person, you will use there. And when you want to refer to a place, you will use there. The example would be, they picked their bags. Because I'm talking about them, I'm talking about a lot of people, and hence I have used their bags. On the other hand, when I have there, I'll say she was there. Now I'm referring to a place where this lady might be there. Next is percentage and percent. Isn't it a very common mistake? And let me know how many of you know the difference between percent and percentage. Percentage is used when there is no number. On the other hand, percent is used when the number is present. So let's get the understanding with an example. Large percentage of people didn't attend the seminar. When I say large percentage, I mean that there's a fraction of people. I'm not sure how many of them. On the other hand, when I have 100%, I'm sure about the quantity and hence I'm sure about the number or the percent and hence I'll say 100%. So the mistakes that we do in this, we say 100%, or we say I scored 96% in my exam, which is wrong. You would say I scored 90% in my exam. The third mistake that we'll discuss in this class is do and does. It's the most common made mistake ever. We are so confused between the usage of do and does that we kind of confused in using them. For example, do is used when you have plural forms of nouns and pronouns. On the other hand, does is used when you have a singular form of noun and pronoun. What I meant with plural form and singular form of noun and pronoun is they do not like the t-shirt. So I is the only pronoun that is singular, but still we have to use do after that. So the example would go like this: I do not like the t-shirt. Other examples in this category would be they, we, all are plural form of nouns and hence I can use they do not like the t-shirt. On the other hand, does is used when you have a singular form like he, she or it, and we will say she does her work. So if you're not clear, just focus on the examples. They do not like the t-shirt, she does her work. And hence, please ensure that next time when you use do and does, you are sure that it's a singular form or a plural form of a noun or a pronoun. Next is accept and accept. So there's a difference in the way they are sounding and hence please focus on the way I say them. Accept, accept. When you say accept, you say to agree to take something. I accepted your gift, so I'm agreeing to take your gift. On the other hand, accept is used when you want to leave something behind. For example, I will accept the gift. Because I'm happy to take your gift, I'll accept the gift. Also, I can say all my dresses are new except this one. So when I want to indicate something that I left behind, I'll say except this one. Their spellings are different, but their way of sound or pronunciation is almost similar with a slight difference, and we have to capture that. Next is since and for. Very important concept of English grammar and very often used as well. So since is used when you have a starting date or time. For example, India got its freedoms. India is free since 1947. So I mean that starting from 1947 till date, we are free. So I had a starting point, I have a starting date or a year. From then, India is free and hence we used since. On the other hand, for is used for a period of time. For example, I'm free since 26 December 2019 because I had a starting date and hence I'll say I'm free. On the other hand, I was free for 4 hours. 4 hours is equal to 4 individual hours or 1 individual hour into 4 times and hence I have a period of time, I'll say 4 hours. Next is gone and went. If I'm speeding up, please don't mind, go back to the previous slides and understand each concept individually. If you are clear, let's continue. Gone and went are most often used mistaken words because we have an understanding that both are the past form of go. But there's a difference in the usage. Gone is used when you have an auxiliary verb or it is mandatory to have an auxiliary verb after gone. Instead, went is used when there is no auxiliary verb required. What do I mean by that? What I meant is she had gone to Manali last year. So I said had gone. If you notice here, there's a had which was an auxiliary verb and then I have gone. So gone is always used when you have an auxiliary verb before it. On the other hand, went is used when you want to say past form of go. She went to her home. That means she's not here anymore. So that was the difference between gone and went. Let's jump to the next slide, which is it's and its. Their sound is same, their pronunciation is same, but their spelling or the way to write them is very different. It is used when you want to refer to a possessive pronoun. On the other hand, its is used, or it's a short form for it is. Examples: the cat hurt its paw. So you are referring to cat that she hurt her paw. If you focus here, cat is singular and we have not written hurts because we are referring its, which was a possessive pronoun. Because of that, hurt will remain as hurt. It will not become hurts. On the other hand, the example of its would be it's a beautiful day. So instead of writing it is, you're writing its. So as I was saying, both the words are pronounced almost similar, but there's a slight difference in the way they are written. For example, its is written its, its is written it apostrophe s. Apostrophe here means it is. Next is our blunder and mistake. Since we are discussing the 10 common mistakes, so we'll understand what does this mistake actually mean. Blunder refers to a mistake, you can say, that happens due to your carelessness. On the other hand, mistake individually means something that happens accidental. So the examples would be a last minute blunder cost them the match. So the players were careless and hence they lost the match. But I called him on his phone by mistake. So when I say, I can explain the situation that the phone was in my pocket and by mistake the call happened. So it was not because of you, it was accidental, but when it was because of your carelessness, it's a blunder. Next, and the second last from our 10 common mistakes we have, when we introduce ourselves, these are the words that we use more often. The incorrect use is, we say myself Ash, and I've seen it most of the time, or I have heard it many times, people saying myself Ram and I come from Bangalore. Instead, you should be saying I am Ash or I am Ram and I come from Bangalore. So next time when you introduce yourself, instead of saying myself, start saying I. That's the correct way of introducing yourself. This took us to the last slide, or the last mistake that we make, and that is stop using short forms. You are not writing a paper that is based on abbreviations, and most of our viewers and people who connect with us over the mails or over the WhatsApp, they have this habit of writing everything in short in their messages, in their emails, in their real life. So what I meant by that is good night, instead of writing good night, they say GN. Instead of writing how are you, they say HRU. I mean, that's funny. So please avoid using that. I understand when you have an informal conversation with your friend, you can say HRU, good night. That means they will understand your abbreviations. But if you are actually in the path of learning and improving your communication skills or writing skills in English, stop using short forms.